research with other government agencies and external agencies. And then as necessary now, I do some casework analysis as well.
Now, it probably goes without saying, but is the ATF an accredited lab?
Yes.
Now, for the judge, can you describe your job responsibilities?
So as senior scientist, like I said, I advise the Deputy Assistant Director of OST. I also perform research on improving methods, research new methods that we could potentially implement, help with the validation of those methods, and then perform casework analysis.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
It's coming up on 20 years, since 2006.
And have you been specifically kind of in the DNA field with the ATF during that entire time?
Yes.
Prior to being with the ATF since 2006, did you have any other experience dealing with DNA?
Yes, I started my forensic career with the Indiana State Police Laboratory in 1991. I was actually hired in the trace unit. As before they had a DNA unit, but later on that year they decided that they wanted to start a DNA unit. And since my background was in biochemistry, I transferred over to the DNA unit, helped start that unit. I was there for 10 years doing DNA analysis, serology analysis. Eventually, when the DNA technical leader position became a thing, I became the DNA technical leader of the laboratory. DNA technical leader is responsible for all DNA technical or all aspects of the DNA analysis at the laboratory. So developing methods, validating those methods, implementing them, performing research. You oversee all the training of the analysts. You're also responsible to make sure you're following all the quality assurance guidelines and that we comply with all the accreditation and national quality assurance standards. I was a DNA technical leader there, eventually became supervisor, and then in 2001, I started by the Bodie Technology Group, which is a private DNA laboratory in Northern Virginia, as assistant laboratory director. And there I oversaw casework analysis and other special projects. For instance, I led the team to develop
but I don't think it's worth heartburn.
DNA extraction methods and process flow for
Mine would never give you heartburn. It's so smooth.
Skeletal remains from World Trade Center.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. And then became the vice president of special projects there, involved doing different special projects with mass graves, mass humanitarian events. For instance, I went to Thailand after the tsunami in 2004, 2005 to help with the identification there. Then in 2006, the ATF laboratory decided they wanted to have a DNA unit. They've had a laboratory, ATF has had a laboratory since late 1800s, but a lot of the DNA analysis up to that point wasn't really relevant to what they did. DNA analysis was typically body fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, but touch DNA analysis was becoming more prevalent at that time. And so that lent itself more to the type of evidence that we see at the ATF, firearms, explosive devices, and Molotov.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like that. So they hired me as well as two other people. They hired me as the DNA technical leader to lead the team to try to get DNA analysis at the ATF laboratory. There I was a DNA technical leader until about 2 years ago, and then I got promoted to the senior scientist position.
Now, with that experience, did you have education that led you towards becoming a DNA analyst for the ATF?
Yes, my Bachelor of Science degree is in biochemistry from Purdue University, and then I also have a Master's of Science degree from Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis.
And do you also continue your education through, I guess, CLEs or PowerPoints or anything of the sort?
Yes, so I went through my initial training in 1991, 1992 at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling. I went through general training at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling and then DNA analysis, serology. Eventually, when I came to ATF, I wrote the training manual for there, oversaw training for most of the analysts. But then, as I said, we do continuing education through our entire career. In addition to keeping up with the literature, I've attended probably over 80 DNA workshops, training seminars, things like that over the course of almost 35 years now.
Now, how much of your time is actually devoted to DNA typing research?
100%.
Now,
Sorry, 100%.
100%. Yeah.
now, for the judge, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a substance in almost all the cells of your body. It's all the cells except for red blood cells. It contains the genetic information or the information that codes for most of your physical characteristics. Most of the DNA across all individuals is the same, which is why we all have 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, etc. But there are small differences in that DNA that we look at as forensic scientists. You can think of DNA as a set of encyclopedias on how to build a body. You get one set of encyclopedias from your mom, one set of encyclopedias from your dad at conception, and then your DNA is the same throughout your body. So if we're looking at blood, semen, saliva, all that genetic information is the same across all those fluids. It's even in the cells and the DNA that's left behind in a fingerprint in the body oils and sweat.
Now, what exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
So as a forensic,
Object at this point, because he hasn't been tendered as an expert. So if he's going to go into questions about that, I think he needs to be tendered, and then we have an opportunity to ask him questions.
Well, I'm laying the foundation to get him to an expert.
What was the question?
What exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
I think you have to be an
I'll
expert.
sustain the objection since you're asking me specifically to go into explaining what the process is.
Okay. Have you been trained in DNA typing, DNA analysis?
yes, sir.
And over the 35 years of being a senior DNA analyst, is that your job?
Yes.
And can you tell the court as to what that process is?
What DNA analysis is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is that something that you've been doing for the last 35 years?
Yes.
So at this time, I would move to tender him as an expert in DNA analysis.
Did you want to, what,
We'll hear him on that at this point, Judge.
all right, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated that at this point you are more into research than you are actually doing the DNA testing. Would that be fair to say?
Well, this year's been kind of a big year, so I've been doing actually a lot of casework this year, but yeah, my job responsibilities span both research, casework, and advising the deputy assistant director.
And what were you doing in 2021? What was your job in 2021?
I was the DNA technical leader.
Okay. And did you actually do the testing on this case?
So we do kind of a team approach. There was an analyst that did some of the extractions on this, and then I took it after the extraction on.
Okay, so you didn't actually do the testing, you looked at it afterwards?
I did some of the testing, yes. So he did, this individual did the extraction, then I did the, and we'll probably get into this later, but I did the quantitation, concentration, amplification, genetic analyzer analysis, and then the interpretation and comparison, along with the statistical calculations.
And
Sorry, as well as the statistical calculations. Statistical stats.
And who was the
Got it.
analyst that did the other portions of that investigation?
Mr. Clavens, Adam Clavens.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Adam Clavens, he's another analyst in our laboratory.
What is your, do you have a doctorate degree?
No, sir.
And what is your actual title?
Senior
Have an
scientist,
actual title other than,
senior scientist of the DNA section.
how many times have you been declared an expert by the courts?
This is, I believe, my 90th time testifying both at the local, state, and federal level.
How about that? How's them apples,
And
sir?
if you've been qualified here in Pike County on any cases in the past.
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Burr.
I don't think I have any further questions here.
All right.
I sure hope not.
I don't have any objections to you being qualified.
Okay, so he is tendered and qualified as a DNA analyst expert.
Thank you, Judge. So can you go through the process of DNA analysis?
So the goal of DNA analysis is to collect DNA or biological material from evidence from a crime scene, develop DNA profiles from that evidence, and then compare those profiles to the DNA profiles from relevant individuals, determine who could or couldn't be included, or who could or couldn't be possibly included as contributors to those DNA profiles, and then draw
Probably.
conclusions.
Maybe.
Now, can you explain the process for conducting DNA typing?
So the first step, and probably the most important step, is the DNA collection, collecting it at the scene, and then collecting the biological material from the evidence itself. It's usually some type of a swabbing collection method. Then we extract the DNA. This is a series of steps that separates the DNA from the cellular and environmental debris. Once we've extracted and purified the DNA, then we determine how much DNA we actually recovered from the evidence. We may have to concentrate the DNA down, but eventually we amplify the DNA. We use a process called polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. This is basically just a molecular Xerox machine that makes millions and millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. If you go back to the analogy of thinking of DNA as a set of encyclopedias, it's like you're going back in and making specific copies of paragraphs within these sets of encyclopedias and just making millions and millions of copies of those just for visualization purposes. Once we've amplified it, we take those samples and run them through a genetic analyzer. Sorry. Thank you. Run it through.
I don't know.
Run those samples through the genetic analyzer, which separates and detects the amplified product. This gives you basically a graphical representation, which is a series of peaks. We then do the interpretation, determine if the profiles are suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, then we perform the DNA analysis on the known DNA samples from relevant individuals, draw conclusions, and make determinations of whether or not they could be possibly included or excluded as contributors to the DNA, and perform a statistical calculation to lend weight to those conclusions.
Now, once you kind of get that statistical, let me backtrack. How exactly are they read? Is it in that graph-like kind of representation when you get the results?
Yes, sir.
What types of results can you get once you get to that point?
So when we do our comparisons, we perform a statistical calculation using the software tools and assistant. And the end product of that is a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio is really just a statistical calculation that compares the probability of an event under one or under two different hypotheses. And so for DNA specifically, we calculate a likelihood ratio based on probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the individual is a contributor, divided by the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the person's not a contributor. And so depending on the magnitude of that likelihood ratio, that determines our conclusion. If you start kind of in the middle of a likelihood ratio of 1, that just means that neither side is favored. There's no evidence doesn't provide favorability for inclusion or exclusion. As you go to values less than 1, if it's just under 1, close to 1, but less than 1, there's limited support for exclusion, meaning there's some favorability for exclusion, but it's within a range where we have a higher risk of false exclusion. And then as you get further away from 1 all the way down to 0, we would just conclude that the person's excluded as being a possible contributor. Going the other way, if the value is just greater than 1, it's favoring the hypothesis that probability of seeing the evidence given that the person is a contributor. But again, if it's just a little bit greater than 1, you're in that range where you have a higher risk of false inclusion. And so we would say there's limited support for inclusion. But then as you get greater than that and further away from one, you have more and more support for probably have seen that evidence given that the person is included.
Now, when interpreting these results, do you all have population frequencies?
Yes.
Why are they important?
So we need population frequencies to calculate these statistics. There's different forms of each of these genetic markers we look at. So we need to know how frequently these different forms or these different alleles are found in the population in order to calculate the statistics.
Now, has your lab ever conducted testing that led to the exclusion of a suspect?
Yes.
Is DNA typing used in fields other than criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
And under what circumstances would it be used?
DNA typing is used in medical diagnostic testing, paternity testing, ancestry testing, identification of victims from mass disasters or mass graves, et cetera.
Now, the process in which you do your DNA typing analysis, is that accepted throughout the scientific community?
Yes, sir.
And is it deemed reliable?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if other agencies use this method?
Yes, sir.
Now, are there controls in place to ensure reliability for your testing?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe them?
We have positive and negative controls that are used throughout the process. Positive controls, a known DNA sample, so we know what the results are supposed to be. And that just ensures that the work or that the DNA analysis was performed correctly throughout. We also have negative controls that have all the same reagents that are used for everything else, except we don't add DNA to those, and those are to detect any contamination.
Detect any.
Contamination.
Now, is there also proficiency testing?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that?
So proficiency tests, it's a program where we get a set of DNA samples from an external laboratory where we don't know what the results are. We perform our analysis, we submit our results back to that agency. They compare them to the expected results and let us know kind of how we did. Hopefully they match. We do this twice a year.
Is there also some form of quality assurance?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that?
So the quality assurance program is a program that ensures we produce quality products. This covers everything from laboratory security and the laboratory building all the way from how we hire people, the training of people, the methods we use, all the way to how we report our analyses as well.
Now, could someone with the same knowledge, experience, and understanding of this process ensure that the testing is repeatable? Sorry, that was a bad question. Can someone with the same training and experience as you complete that same analysis and yield the same results?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a peer review process?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the board what that is?
It's kind of two levels of review. Our laboratory as a whole, because we're accredited, we go through periodic audits from external agencies to make sure we comply with the standards for the accreditation. As a DNA unit specifically, we have to follow the national quality assurance standards. And so we are audited by an external agency every 2 years. But then specifically for these analyses, every report that we put out goes through a technical review. This is a review that's conducted by another qualified DNA analyst, and they review our notes, our laboratory processes, all our worksheets, our results, our conclusions, and the report itself to make sure we didn't make any technical errors. And then after that's performed, we do an administrative review, which is by another individual. This individual makes sure that the report and the analyses were conducted following the laboratory's protocols and guidelines.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this case here. How did you?
Evidence and the transmittal was submitted to our laboratory.
And what were you requested to do?
We were requested, our laboratory was requested to perform DNA analysis on 3 9mm cartridge cases and a set of 2 swabs from a firearm, and then no DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Okay. Now, were you able to fulfill that request?
Yes, sir.
Now, what items did you specifically analyze?
We looked at those, or we analyzed those 3 9mm cartridge cases, the 2 swabs, and then the 4 samples, known DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Now, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 657. Do you recognize the labeling on this 657?
Yes, sir.
And if you turn it over, what is this labeled as?
This is labeled as the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks, the buccal swabs.
And is this the buccal swabs that were used in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
And moving to State's Exhibit 482 that's already been admitted into evidence, do you recognize the labeling on that?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll flip it over again, what is this exhibit?
These are labeled as the known DNA samples from Matthew Scott Lanz, buccal swabs.
Now, State's Exhibit 602, 603, 604, do you recognize the labeling on those?
Yes, sir.
And what are these exhibits?
These are labeled as the 3 9mm fire cartridge cases.
And are these the cartridge casings that were swabbed for DNA?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you had all of this information for all of these exhibits, did you conduct your analysis?
Yes.
And once you conducted your analysis of those exhibits, did you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 671. You recognize State's Exhibit 671?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on each page and then the final page is signed.
Is this your report for this case?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 671 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the
Oh,
document itself going out because it's a report, continuing testimony.
Well,
We'll testify from it, certainly, but not to have it tendered and go out to the court.
let me hear your response.
So that objection doesn't go towards the admissibility of the report itself. Now, his objection would be at a different time.
I was gonna say, you talking about the court seeing it or being admitted?
I mean, it can be admitted as part of the case, but it can't go back to the court because it's continuing testimony.
Okay, but your objection, I was asking if there's an objection to its admittance. So,
Right, only has to go into the court,
Okay.
be able to use that and read from it.
okay, so I think we're.
He's working today.
So I'm gonna overrule the objection as to, I'll admit it over objection, and then when we get to
Specific part.
evidence that the court will get to review, then we can address that, but I'm going to admit it over the objection.
Thank you, Judge. May I call the judge?
Yes.
All right. I'm now showing you the first page of 607, State's Exhibit 671. What is this header up here?
That's just describing our laboratory.
And is that the ATF?
Yes.
All right. Now down here, below that to the right, is what information do we find here?
So that's the date the report was transmitted. It's our laboratory's case number, has the 2 submission numbers or evidence was submitted at 2 different times. has the reference number, which is our ATF agent's case number, because of course that's different. Then there's the title of the actual investigation, and then for this type of exam, it's my specific exam, forensic biology.
Now, under reference title, what is the reference title that you have here?
The title is Rabina Drive Homicide.
Now, what information did you have when you actually received these items?
There's usually a report of investigation that we get along with the evidence that describes where the evidence came from. Potentially a little bit of background so we know what we're actually performing DNA analysis on.
And from where it came from, is that Rabina Drive homicide?
Yes.
Now, down below, we have listed exhibits. What are these three here?
So lab exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, as well as agency exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the 3 9mm cartridge cases.
And are those the three that you've already identified in your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Now, I did forget to show you State's Exhibit 461 that's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, is 461 what you have listed here as number 4?
Yes.
And is that the swabs of the ZEV 9, OZ9?
That's how they were identified to us, yes.
Now, as we continue down in that section, what were the other items that were submitted to you?
So exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the 4 known DNA samples from the relevant individuals.
Now, you've already, for number 5 and number 6, were those the items that you've already identified here in court?
Yes.
Now, if you will please, let me ask this. As we proceed through your report, do you have some sort of a grid system indicating the results?
Yes, in order to try to simplify how we report results, we report it in a table fashion.
Now, I'm going to show you page 2 of 671. Now, for the court, can you walk through this grid so we can understand your findings?
Yes. So the left column is the exhibit number. So we just talked about exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 4 known DNA samples. Going across there, we have the sub-exhibit number. So whenever we take a cutting of something, we create a sub-exhibit from that. So 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, and 8.1 are all the sub-exhibits from exhibits 5 through 8. 5.1, this is the cutting of the known DNA sample from Matthew Scott Lanz. 6.1 was the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks. 7.1 was the known DNA sample from Steven Sinatra. And then 8.1 was the known DNA sample from Timothy Hicks. So you go across, the next column lists results. So here we just kind of summarize the DNA profile we saw. These were known DNA samples, so they should be single source. So in this case, for all 4 of these, we obtained a single source male DNA profile. The next column just lists whether or not that profile is suitable for comparison. Again, these are known DNA samples, so yes, they were all 4 were suitable for comparison. Going down to exhibit number 1, 2, 3, that's the combined sample of the fired cartridge cases. That just fell under sub-exhibit 1.1. Those are the combined swabs from the 3 9mm cartridge cases. The result from that was a DNA profile consistent with 2 contributors. At least one of those contributors was male, and it was suitable for comparison. Going across, there's a whole section for conclusions, and you can see those 5 conclusions I listed before. In this case, found that there was support for inclusion for Jacob Hicks, exhibit 6.1. Support for inclusion as a contributor, possible contributor to this profile from the 3 fired cartridge cases.
And I'm gonna kind of stop you there and then we'll just talk about that finding and we'll move on to the next one. So going to the exhibit number 1, 2, 3 column here, we see combined swabs from 3 9mm cartridge casings. Were swabs taken of those 3 casings?
Yes, it's a kind of a rinse and swab method that we developed for specifically for fire cartridge cases. And we're kind of weighing, if we do each one individually, we expect very low amounts of DNA from fire cartridge cases. So since these all had the same markings, same caliber, the individual collected the DNA from all 3 of these as one sample.
So swab all 3 of them, and that was used in your comparison to these known DNA samples of Matthew Lanz, Jacob Hicks, Steven Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you follow your DNA analysis process while comparing the DNA profile from the 9mm cartridge cases to the known DNA profiles?
Yes.
Now, is that what we're finding as a result here in that second, or I guess the 4th box to the right?
So that result is determining whether or not the profile is suitable for comparison, and then the next columns are the actual results of the comparisons.
Now, for the results for the cartridge cases, were 2 types of profiles found?
It was determined to be a mixture of 2 individuals, yes.
All right. Now, as we move over, we see Jacob Hicks. What does it mean when Jacob Hicks is in this column?
So if you remember when we described the possible results we can get from our comparisons, one of those was support for inclusion. And so when we did this comparison to Mr. Hicks, to Jacob Hicks, then the likelihood ratio favored, gave a result that was much greater than 1. Therefore, it favored the
A gay
possibility
result.
of
So
seeing that
fashioning's off the
Jacob
hook
Hicks
right
was a
now.
contributor to the mixture.
What the fuck?
Now, were you sent the DNA profile?
You could test for that in the
of,
DNA?
Amber Hicks.
What?
Yes. Or no, sorry, no, sorry.
All right. Is it possible if it could be an Amber Hicks's DNA on these cartridge casings?
Yes, she could be the second individual, yes.
And over here on the far right, we have got to this column here. What's this column?
That's the result that favored exclusion. And in this case, these individuals were excluded as being possible contributors to the DNA profile.
So for the cartridge casings themselves, was Matthew Lanz, Steven Sinatra, and Timothy Justin Hicks excluded from these 2 profiles I found, given the population?
Yes, I mean, it's a single profile. It's a mixture of 2 individuals, but yes, they were excluded as being contributors to that mixture.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
So touch DNA, trace DNA, this is just a general reference to something different than what we typically thought of DNA analysis in the past, where it was blood and body fluids. This is being able to get a DNA profile from something you've touched or it's been touched. It's DNA that's left behind in the body oils or sweat in the fingerprint, or it doesn't have to be a finger, but something that's come in contact with you.
Now, if a child were to pick up a casing and play with it, is it possible for that child's DNA to be on a casing?
Yes.
Now, in your experience on discharge casings or cartridges, how successful are you in actually extracting DNA off of spent casings?
On a per sample basis, about 30% of the time, we get a DNA profile that's suitable for comparison from a sample from fire cartridge cases.
After a casing is actually fired, is that when a majority of the DNA could be destroyed?
There's a lot of factors that affect how much DNA we recover and the quality of that DNA. There's just the deposition itself is affected by the substrate, how much pressure, how the pressure was applied, but also the substrate itself. One of the biggest factors we found was DNA interacts with copper that's in brass and degrades DNA, which can have almost as big of a degradation effect as the firing process. So there's many different factors that can affect the amount of DNA we recover from a fire cartridge case.
Now, not only physically holding it, if a casing is ejected out of a firearm and lands on a carpet within a house occupied by residents, is it possible for their DNA to end up on that cartridge casing?
Is it possible? Potentially. But again, there's a lot of factors, more DNA transfers with direct contact, more contacts that happen, the further away you get from the direct contact, the less DNA can be transferred. Depends how much DNA and biological material is on the carpet to begin with. If it falls in a corner that's not stepped on very often, or there's not much contact with your skin. That would reduce the amount of DNA that be transferred. If people don't walk with their bare feet on the carpet, then there might not be much biological material there to begin with the transfer. Things transfer if they're wet more often than if dried surfaces, so there's a lot of factors that would affect that.
Now, for your findings in this specific examination of the casings, were you able to, did you find a population frequency?
We performed our statistical calculation, yes.
Now, moving to page,
Our statistical calculation.
I'm moving to
What the
page
fuck?
3 of State's Exhibit 671. Now, within this paragraph here, if you'll tell the court what your findings were as it relates to Jacob Hicks,
Do you mind if I read from the report?
if you'll read the report.
So the statistical calculation number 1, which if you look at the table again, that's what was in that final column, label each of the statistical calculations. First, we list what the conclusion was to begin with, and that was a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals was obtained from this sample, exhibit 1.1, which again was the DNA collected from the 3 fired cartridge cases. We list our assumptions. So in this case, we're assuming that 2 individuals are assumed to have contributed to the DNA profile. And then we list the 2 different hypotheses. So again, when we're talking about the likelihood ratio, this is probability of seeing the evidence under one hypothesis, which in this case called the inclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual, or the other hypothesis, in this case, the exclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Those are the assumptions in the hypotheses. And so then the actual likelihood ratio, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Kind of putting this in a different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. And then F, the F statement, just based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Jacob Hicks as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from exhibit 1.1. And that last statement, we had one locus, one of the genetic markers we look at, SE33, had an artifact in it, so we did not use that in the calculation.
Now, I want to talk about your population frequency. 1 trillion is a big number. Is that the specific number, or do you have parameters as to your frequency?
The actual likelihood ratio is bigger than that, but we cap it at 1 trillion because once you get to quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, it becomes kind of meaningless. So we cap it at 1 trillion.
So it's more than the 1 trillion, but for your guidelines, you stop at 1 trillion.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to move back to page 2 of this exhibit. Now, I can walk through this line in the break for the judge.
Sorry, I didn't see which one.
Sorry, the last line.
So here, again, we're talking about exhibit 4, and then the sub item from that, which is the cuttings of the swabs. These were the set of swabs from the pistol. And again, we've obtained a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. At least one of those was male. We determined that the profile was suitable for comparison purposes. And then in this case, Matthew Scott Lanz, there was support for inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as being a contributor to this mixture.
Now, and over here on the excluded, who do we see here?
So Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks were all excluded as possible contributors to this DNA profile.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of a Scott Lanz?
Oh,
Just
with a
Matthew Scott Lanz,
unicorn?
not Scott Lanz, yes.
Now, if
I know about Scotland.
Matthew Scott Lanz's father touched this gun, would their DNA match?
Match.
I don't understand that question. Would it match or what?
Let me,
It is rephrase the question.
yeah, I'll rephrase my question, sorry, Judge. Let me give an example. If both Matthew Scott Lanz and Scott Lanz touched this gun, or a gun, would you see a difference between the DNA profile?
We can distinguish between father and son, yes.
And so in the swab that was taken of the pistol compared to these DNA profiles, was Matthew Scott Lanz included?
There was support for his inclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile from the swabs of the firearm.
Now, with your results, it reads that there is another contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
Yes,
If the father had touched this gun, is it possible that his DNA is on that gun too?
it is possible, yes.
and not being sent his DNA profile, are you unable to tell us whether or not the father's DNA is on that?
Correct, without being able to make that comparison, we can't determine.
Now, going to the population frequency of Matthew Lanz's population frequency of inclusion, if you'll tell the board your finding.
So again, I don't know if you want me to repeat these, but they're kind of the same. The initial statement, then A, B, and C are all the same as above because these were both two-person mixtures. Inclusionary hypothesis, Matthew Scott Lanz, and inclusionary hypothesis was DNA originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown unrelated individual. Exclusionary hypothesis is that the DNA originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio, statement D, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown or unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. And again, putting this in a little bit different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. Based on this calculation, there's evidentiary support for the inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from 4.1, which were the swabs of the firearm.
So now just to go back to this, to page 1 of the exhibit. So those findings that you just gave to the court were the swabs of the ZEV OZ9 pistol had 2 profiles on them, one of which was Matthew Scott Lanz.
There was support for inclusion. It was a possible contributor, yes.
Now, as you finalized your report, was it peer reviewed?
Yes,
And was it approved through the peer review process?
yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. You better proceed with your cross.
That's a question. You received the firearm, correct, in your lab?
I actually don't know. I just know from what we received for DNA analysis, we received the fire cartridge cases and the 2 swabs of the firearm. I don't know if we received the firearm itself at the laboratory in Maryland.
Does your lab, I know it's an ATF lab, do they process firearms for trace evidence? Do you know?
Yes,
They do. Okay. And do you know whether this firearm was ever given to the lab for any trace evidence?
I believe it went for the exam at our Atlanta laboratory. And so if we went there, they would treat it like any other piece of evidence where we try to maximally exploit any potential evidence on that, which includes fingerprints, trace fibers, and DNA.
And I was a little confused about this question. Would it be possible for Amber Hicks's DNA to be on the shell casings? You were not given her DNA sample, or were you?
We were not, therefore, couldn't make that comparison.
So when the state asks you if it's possible, I guess anything's possible, but it's not be probable. If you didn't get it, there's no way you'd be able to know, right?
I can't say if it's probable or not probable. I wasn't given the sample to do the comparison.
All we know is that the Jacob Hicks DNA did show up on those shell casings.
There was support for inclusion of Jacob Hicks on this cartridge case. I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Any more words? Is there any follow-up or redirect?
Okay.
Mr. Billy, excuse.
Yes, sir.
Excuse.
Thank you very much.
Bye, sir. Okay.
Good morning.
Did you learn anything?
Uh,
Good morning.
no.
Me either. What the shit?
Just some DNA talk.
Let's go over real quick to look at Nate's
Brain scan.
well, his update. He said, let's go 2 hours ago.
Mhm.
See you in 6 to 10 hours. So he's definitely in surgery.
Yeah.
He also said, my last picture before they cut off my hair. I'm scared when we get
no.
the test if prayers work. I bet it does. There are no atheists in foxholes. This is one hell of a foxhole. This is the one I was like, I think we should talk about Nate. Do you see this picture? It's pretty
Yeah.
dope.
Oh, he's gonna
Let's
lose
see.
his hair.
Yeah.
That was one thing he was hoping he wouldn't, but I'm sure he'd rather they try and save his life. He can always grow his hair back.
But check this out. Watch. If you keep going, it says, scam warning. This guy stole my MRI pics and claims to be his own.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck over?
Yeah,
this
I
is
heard about that
unfortunate.
last night. I was scrolling through YouTube followers.
Does this Dr. Urso have a fucking glass eye?
Oh. Exactly. People don't think about considering this is a viral case, you're going to take the man's flipping scans and use them as your own.
Maybe well, this is Nate saying that. I'd have to go actually to here and see it because it doesn't even look like it's not
Here is my brain tumor. That way that brain tumor is, remember we thought it was two. That's a very unique looking brain tumor.
This is obviously Nate's face.
Obviously, I'm just saying that this dude is a scam.
People
have set it up GoFundMe's and all sorts of shit.
Using this picture?
Yes.
So anytime, is there like a network of people out there who are just looking for new images that some unsuspecting fool put on the internet that they could say, this is mine. No one else can like reverse image search it to find out it's been debunked and you could collect money from kind people?
Yeah.
Damn. And nobody's like, why your eye look like that? That don't seem like a real eyeball.
Listen, yeah.
That's wild. And immediately.
Yeah.
That's what was tripping me out. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, people are that quick to do anything.
Anyways.
And the other YouTubers, the other law tubers, I should say, have got together and said we're trying to get him to 1 million subscribers, as close to that as possible.
Really?
And yeah, that's there because he's not set up a GoFundMe. He's asked for prayers, and they said, okay, on top of the prayers, can we try and get him to 1 million subs?
So he'll grift on boozy, total bullshit, like literal legal grift, but not help on a brain tumor. Interesting.
But maybe.
I like Nate, and I hope he does well, and we're sending prayers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But that is some bullshit out there. People have just got no...
So then I guess let's go
scruples, unscrupulous.
Let's go to... We're not talking about Nate being unscrupulous. We're talking about the
It's
people
about the people, the scamming, scheming people out there.
I almost posted on Twitter prayers for Nate the person because Nate the cop sucks. Nate the lawyer is pretty all right. But Nate the person is who needs our prayers. I'm already subscribed. It's like I can't resubscribe. So I was trying. Go to his channel, subscribe. He's at 704,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I was watching one of the other tubers last night, and he was saying that since he started the stream, it's gone up a few thousand. So people are going over
paying
there.
attention and giving him support.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, do that. Did we watch that here yesterday? What? Some girl just went to jail for that. She got over 100. Oh yeah, we did see that here.
Yeah,
that was
exactly. We've been hoaxed.
I has a brain cloud. I'm pretty sure. What's this? We don't know what that means, but it's probably can be fixed by cannabis, and that's medical advice.
Yeah.
Write it down. We've got an hour still left in this day. Maybe there's another break. There is something.
There is like a 10-minute break or so. Do you want to speed it up?
I do have it sped up. I have it over 5 speed. It's not enough. Huh?
Never mind, it's fine. We'll get there.
It's hard when it's the DNA stuff.
Yeah.
I guess I got to figure out what they're talking about.
The objection that I might have is to the playing video from James Friend. The state doesn't agree to put him.
Okay, all right. Anything else you need to put on the record?
Okay.
All right, I'll call you next witness.
At this time, the state calls Vanna Telly.
I think I would. I was thinking about this. Darth said he wouldn't want to judge female. He wouldn't want to go in front of a female judge and let her be the deciding factor. I don't think I would care female or male. But when the judge is asking questions, follow-up questions, or pausing to be like, yes, this is, you can or cannot ask. It reminds me how much common sense she has and how
Mhm.
much fuck shit she sees.
Mhm.
I would prefer this because I would get to argue with her and not 12 people. St. Mancha and I were talking about this the other day, but he was saying like basically a couple people could just be like, man, who cares? So it doesn't matter that you have 12 people, really. It really
Yeah.
matters how vocal some of them are. And if half of them, probably more than half of them, are going to be stupid as shit. Not even close to the experience that this woman has with understanding
yeah.
how the truth is twisted to make it sound away.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I don't know. A little bit of me would maybe want to judge. It's hard. It's hard though. I don't know what I would choose. What about you?
I would prefer a jury, I think.
Because you think 12 people, you rely on like just the one
I don't
person
know.
being able to stand their ground.
It's not even that though. The way that things have been presented so far in other cases with juries, I already know that I've already reached a conclusion that nobody can sort me out of. You've tried.
I know. I think that that's scary because in at least the last two, we don't know that that chick cut dude's head off or killed him.
But
The
that's
one
the
before
thing.
that, we don't know that
Okay,
he
then,
even
so
touched that woman, but the jury
so
decided, like you
listen,
decided before the evidence came in.
listen. That's not
I am.
that's not what the charges were. The charges were, she wasn't charged for cutting his head off and hiding his head. She
Okay.
was charged for what she admitted to, which was whacking him in the head, and that's what they say killed him.
No.
I'm just saying that this is what was on the paper.
Did they prove that to you, that she whacked him in the head with something?
She
And
said
that's
she
what
did it.
killed him? She said she hit him on the head with a candlestick
Mm-hmm.
and that
And
he
then
was perfectly fine afterwards.
Then the witness, the medical professional, came and said that, yeah, it's possible for someone to die from that. So,
Yeah, so I mean,
and when she's
so
like, then when they're like, did you check if he was breathing? Yeah, his chest was moving up and down. He could have at any point died from that.
but they didn't prove it in any way that that happened, or that they didn't coerce that out of her through their fucked up interrogation. You saw them yelling at her.
Yeah, I did.
I'm
And I saw
saying,
how she was answering, and I saw how in all of the interviews, which were technically benign, and the interrogation, considering
okay.
it was the father of her children, she was very cold.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing is like 12 people are going to decide you didn't have enough emotion, go to jail. Fuck off. I didn't, like, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like the judge has had way more experience with how
Mm-hmm.
people behave to have a better gauge of what should be going, how
Mm-hmm.
this might feel in a lot of different situations. But the case before that, where the guy allegedly leaves his long-term ex baby mama in the woods by the foot doctor place, no fucking
Mm-hmm.
evidence whatsoever. None. He even had video of him driving around and shit. No evidence. But for some reason, if somebody goes to a car wash, guilty.
Well, that's just how it works.
I
Hey,
know.
bro, my brother's watching on YouTube. He said objection.
Objection. Just so you know, we love each other, and this isn't fighting.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just how
this
we
is
speak.
nothing but love here.
There's no wrong answer to this question. We're about to find out what this judge does, though. But this kid
Mhm.
clearly did it. There's no way he don't go to jail.
His body language. I'm looking at everything comes into play with me when I'm looking at the defendant. You know.
Again, I did say clearly did it when they haven't actually proven that yet. They haven't. They haven't even proven like how at all anything.
Okay.
Have they?
In some parts.
How do they prove that who was the human with the gun? Besides, now that they have the gun, they've worked backwards. But like, we don't know if his dad went in this house and shot these people in his sleep,
His dad did it in his sleep.
or the mom.
They were sleepwalking when they did this.
Both of them.
Okay, but given the history that him and his brother, who is also now a self-deleted criminal, yeah. Given that
What?
history, I think that makes him number one suspect.
No. Given the brother's history, the parents are the number one suspect. Maybe they've been talking about the demons in this house since these boys were little.
I don't think it's that. I really don't
Maybe
think
they
it's that.
blame the house for what Austin did. And they
The
didn't know
flashing-
dude was going to show up this night, their son, because he never goes in the house. So they do
He's been
sleepwalk and
away.
murder.
He's been away at college. He doesn't know what his parents have been saying in the house.
He lived there his whole
Since
life.
his brother did the thing, he's been away at college. He doesn't know what
Right.
his
You're
parents have been
missing my
saying.
point. Long before his brother did the thing, when these boys were little, maybe that's when their parents were talking about the
I
crazy,
know,
the scary house behind them. So
but-
their parents.
But I'm on about, you're saying that maybe the parents are blaming the house for the brother doing what he did. No.
No.
Isn't that what you said?
No, maybe I said that. I meant maybe the parents are to blame for the kids not thinking there's a demon in the house. Maybe it doesn't come from Austin, but it comes from mom and dad. Since they're little, because maybe they wanted, you know how you tell them like,
yeah, no, because
Don't
it
go
doesn't make because
change
that
your
doesn't
demon.
that at no stage does that mean go across to the house and kill people in there.
No, obviously not.
It doesn't
But if
mean
you
go
think
and
it's a
confront the
demon,
demon. Don't go and confront. At no point does it mean go and confront the demons in the house.
obviously not.
So,
But what
therefore, his
happens when you
action-
invite spiritual, that
therefore-
kind of shit? What?
Therefore, his actions still were across the line. It was still uncalled
No
for.
one is arguing that.
hmm
I'm asking, how do we know it wasn't the parents instead of the son? Whoever it is, their actions have crossed a line.
Yeah,
That's what
whoever it
happens when you
is.
fuck with demons and play
But
in the spiritual
him
warfare. You don't
lying to
understand.
his mom about going into the house, and she's like, "No, you never. You didn't come home straight away." Him obfuscating the truth is also pointed to his guilt.
Yeah, I don't think it's anybody else. I'm saying the state hasn't proven that it was him. That's my only point.
The things that I've said are things that have come out and put to me point to his guilt.
The things, no, you said that you think that the kid did it because
Based on his lies and the association that his parents finally came out with, that he's got this obsession with the house across straight, opposite them. It's just it's circumstantial, but for me, I'm building a picture and it's guilty.
See, this is why I think that the judge is still
Mhm,
probably
yeah.
at least less biased than you are right now.
She probably is. But I also don't need to be as
Don't you want
unbiased
that
as the
though?
judge.
Because this is the same set of circumstances you would be under if you were wrongfully accused, not
Yeah, I
just
understand
rightfully.
that.
It's the same weight of the state,
Yeah.
it's the same weight of you didn't act right and you may have lied and told a mistruth and your mom is a bitch or whatever's happening, right? It's those things stacked against you and you're like, yeah, let's have 12 retards.
12 retards, one
Accused,
judge.
but the
I
state's
don't
not
know the
even done,
judge.
hasn't even put me at the scene yet.
Yeah.
And
Ah.
half of us think that I did it.
I've been putting him at the scene. That's what all the security footage was about. And the pulling up and the timeline building.
We saw a delivery driver show up at the time of the murder. What about that guy?
Wasn't they already there?
Wasn't who already there?
I don't know. I must have missed bits, but because I remember people were sleeping. So
listen, I think this kid did it. I just find I want the state to prove their case.
yeah,
more
they
than,
will. I'm sure
they
will.
They might. But the point is less about that and more in this moment. How do we feel? Where's our bias when the state hasn't proven anything? Would you rather have the judge who has done this many times at least sit and listen to what's really being said with, do you know what I mean? Like the experience of knowing how attorneys say things.
Okay. Yes, because then she can also look at somebody and say, oof,
yeah,
this person
part
hasn't
too.
presented. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That
And
part,
that's partially what I've
absolutely.
done. Mm-hmm. It's how the defendant's presented himself as well, and he's very just saying
guilty.
Yeah.
Bench trials depend on the rapport between the defense lawyer and the judge. Pretty sure when you get the demons in the house, you're supposed to call Buffy or the Winchesters. I seem to not to be. I don't know who the hell the Winchesters are.
Isn't that supernatural?
Nerd with the judges are just as stupid as everyone else. Yeah, they are. But
They are.
having to not think about what does that word mean? What does this objection mean? Why anything? Why is the camera here? Why are these people crying? Just everything that's going on in the courtroom for a juror who is very unfamiliar. They have to learn terms. They have to understand nuance. They don't understand so many of the ways that it's twisted.
Mhm.
I feel like that's a benefit, but I don't think there's really a but. I don't know what I would do though. I'd let my attorney decide if we were going for a jury.
Matt wants to just mention my favorite judge.
Really?
Yeah,
He's a
He's
fucking
one of the-
clown.
he's one of the best judges.
I wouldn't send Darth before Judge Judy. He gonna get life. Okay. You ready? Vanna Kelly's coming up.
Affirm the testimony. Have a seat for me. And
Ms. Vanna Kelly, VANNAKELLEY.
thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Kelly, how are you employed?
I am a firearm and tool mark examiner with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is commonly known as the ATF.
And how long have you been working there?
It will be 6 years in January.
For the court, can you go over your education, training, and experience that has led you to become a firearm tool mark examiner for the ATF?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's in Public Administration. As I was finishing up my master's degree at the University of Georgia in 2011, I was hired by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI. And at that time, in 2011, I served for 1 year at the GBI as a NIBIN technician. NIBIN is NIBIN, and that acronym stands for the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So essentially, as a NIBIN technician, I was imaging information from fired cartridge cases into a database, and that database will return potentially linked crime scenes to each other. After doing that for a year, I began training as a firearms examiner at the GBI. The GBI's in-house training program to be a firearms examiner was 1 year long, and during that time, I studied several different topics related to firearms examination, which included ammunition, learning about different types of firearms. I went on manufacturing tours to see how firearms are made, manufacturing tours to see how ammunition is made. I also trained other examiners while I was there, and I did, I believe, 5 armors courses with different firearms manufacturers. So armors courses are courses that are put on by the gun manufacturers, where basically we fully take apart a firearm, learn about how that firearm and all the parts function, reassemble the firearm, do safety checks to make sure that the firearm is functioning again, and learn about different troubleshooting techniques. Also at the GBI, I did serial number restorations, which is trying to recover a serial number that has been obliterated, that you can't read anymore. And also distance determinations, which were looking at gunpowder particles to try to determine how far the muzzle of the firearm was to the object that got shot. Additionally, since I've been at the ATF, I've went on more manufacturing tours. I'm also an instructor with the National Firearms Examiner Academy, where I teach other firearms examiners throughout the United States how to do different areas like I explained, and also still do serial number restorations. And I received additional training at the ATF in tool mark examination, which is that broader category of tools, including things like bolt cutters, knives, etc., like that, whereas firearms identification, firearms being a specific type of tool. So.
And so in total, you've been with the ATF for 6 years.
Yes.
And does that year-long program that you were with the ATF, does that count in that 6 years, or was that prior to that?
So the year-long training was my initial training with the GBI, and then I had, I think it was additional training months of the tool mark training, in addition to the training I already had from the GBI when I got to the ATF.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert in firearms identification analysis?
Yes,
About how many times?
92 prior to today.
Ever here in Cox County?
Yes.
At this time, the state tenders Ms. Kelly as an expert in firearms identification and analysis.
She's tenured and accepted as a firearms identification analysis.
Now, for the court, can you kind of explain what it means to be a firearm examiner?
Yes, so as a firearms examiner, my main responsibility is looking at fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine if those bullets were fired from the same firearm, multiple firearms, the same thing with cartridge cases. Do the cartridge cases I have represent one firearm, multiple firearms, Or if a firearm or multiple firearms are submitted for analysis, I can also create test fires with the firearm and then analyze those bullets and cartridge cases from the firearm to the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene.
Now, generally, can you explain how, I guess the gun works and interacts with the cartridge case, or the cartridge and the casing and so on?
May I use a demonstrative aid?
Sure.
So
Oh, you got it up there with,
yes.
okay.
What I have is a large scale plastic model of what I use the term cartridge. So a cartridge is going to refer to a single piece of unfired ammunition. So when all of the pieces are still together, that's called a cartridge. Now, once the cartridge is loaded into the firearm, the trigger is pulled, several things are going to happen. So one of the things that's going to happen is that a firing pin is going to strike in this gray area here and leave an indentation. So this is called the primer, and it's located here on the head of the cartridge case. Also, the cartridge case is where the gunpowder is housed. So inside this cup is where all of the gunpowder would be in the cartridge case. And once that primer is struck here, that's what ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. So when this is all together and that gunpowder has been ignited, what's happening is pressures are building up inside of this cartridge case. And when that pressure becomes too much, that's what pushes the bullet out of the cartridge case and forces it down the barrel of the firearm. So the bullet is then the projectile that's leaving into the firearm, and the cartridge case, in some instances, will be ejected from the firearm, or if we're talking about a revolver, it would remain in the firearm until manually ejected. And as this ammunition, both the cartridge case, including the primer portion, and the bullet are interacting with the firearm is imparting the information that I'm going to be looking at to make those comparisons and make those conclusions about whether this bullet was fired from the same firearm, or whether the
That
cartridge
hand's
case
look
was
extra
fired
tiny.
from the same firearm as other cartridge cases or from a particular firearm.
Now, how do you go about actually doing that examination if you're sent a cartridge or sent cartridge to a firearm?
So if I receive a fired cartridge case and a firearm, the first part of my analysis is going to be looking at what are called class characteristics. So class characteristics are measurable features of the specimen that indicate a restricted or a more limited group source. So class characteristics are things that are predetermined by the manufacturer. They're design factors that happen, they're decisions that are made by the manufacturer before the manufacturing process begins. So for instance, I like to use the analogy of class characteristics. You had to go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. Well, the color blue is a class characteristic. It's an F-150, that's a class characteristic. You know you're looking for a truck. So we're able to quickly narrow down what we're looking for, because anything that's red, that's not a class characteristic. We don't need to consider that. Anything that's a car, sedan, that's not a class characteristic we're interested in. So class characteristics take the larger group and help us narrow it down. So as far as when I'm looking at a fired cartridge case, some of those class characteristics can be, for instance, the caliber. If I have a 9mm cartridge case, well, is my firearm also 9mm, or is my firearm 45 caliber? Well, if they're both 9mm, then the class characteristics agree. I should investigate this further. But if the class agreement is not there, then the 9mm cartridge case wasn't fired from the 45 caliber because the class don't agree. So some other things on a cartridge case that are class characteristics would include the type of marks that are left on the primer. Sometimes they can be like parallel lines, sometimes they're arching lines. So all of those would be things I would look at, and also the shape of the firing pin is a common class characteristic to look at as well. So some of the common shapes that we see for the firing pins can include an elliptical shape or also a circular shape. So sometimes the primer will have a rectangle, but we would know that anytime if the primer is a rectangle, then surely it wasn't fired from something that's indicating a circular, because those are two different class characteristics. So the class characteristics are my first level of analysis. Like I said, if the class are in agreement, then I will move on to the second level, which are called individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics are the marks that are caused by the irregularities and imperfections on the tool surface. So those can occur incidental to manufacturing, or also after the gun has been produced. There might be damage to the gun, or corrosion, or just using the firearm can all influence those individual characteristics. So it's the individual characteristics that allow me to take that larger class group source and then look at those microscopic imperfections that are imparted onto the ammunition that allow me then say, yes, this was fired from the same firearm, or no, they were fired from different firearms.
Now, when you're just sent cartridge casings themselves, are you able to just take those and determine whether or not those casings came from one gun?
Yes, even when I do not have a firearm for comparison, I can still take multiple fired cartridge cases and compare them to each other on my comparison microscope, which my microscope allows me to have like a left stage and a right stage. So I basically put a piece of evidence on my left stage, a piece of evidence on my right stage, and when I look through my eyepiece, I'm seeing both of those items side by side under lighting and magnification. So yes, I can compare multiple fired cartridge cases to each other under my comparison microscope.
And basically determine that those casings came from one particular firearm.
If that is the scenario, yes, I can decide, yes, if those individual characteristics I'm seeing, if they're in agreement, then they were fired from the same firearm. But if I'm seeing either class or individual characteristics that are not in agreement, then I would have to conclude they were not fired from the same firearm.
Perfect. Now, are the methods and processes that you take at ATF, are they reliable?
Yes, and these are the same, these are common in the field of firearms identification to use these processes that I'm talking about, and I use similar processes to do these comparisons both at the GBI and at the ATF.
Now, can someone with the same training background conduct the same testing and come to the same result?
So all of my testing is actually physically looked at by a second examiner, and that second examiner with the training and experience has to look at the evidence themselves microscopically, and they also reach conclusions. And so before a report can even be issued, 2 examiners with the training and experience have looked at that and concluded the same things.
Now, is that just the peer review process?
So we actually have multiple levels. First step is once I'm finished with the physical comparison of the evidence, it goes through a process called verification. And that's where that second examiner will take the physical evidence and also look at it on their microscope. And then after they reach their conclusions, then I can put together all of my paperwork, and then it moves on to a technical review process. During the technical review process, another examiner is looking over all of the data that I recorded in all of my photographs and my report to make sure that everything I have assembled for the case file supports the conclusions that I am reporting. In addition to that, it also goes to another process of administrative review, where a supervisor will look over the whole case file as well, more for administrative, but they can also call into question anything at that time as well.
Perfect. So I want to direct your attention to this case here. Did you perform a firearm examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, what type of testing were you requested to do?
I received 3 9mm caliber cartridge cases and 1 9mm firearm, and I was asked to compare those cartridge cases to that firearm.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, before we get further, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's exhibits 602, 602, 603, and 604. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize these exhibits. Each of the packages has a label with the ATF case number that I created that has also the item number and my initials on it.
And are these the 9mm casings that were submitted to the ATF for testing?
Yes.
Now, now I'm going to show you 607. Do you recognize 607?
Yes, the package for exhibit 607 also has the ATF case number label with the item number and my initials on it, as well as I recognize my initials on the trigger guard of the firearm. And additionally, there's a package in the gun box that are the test fires that I created with this firearm.
Now, is this the firearm that was submitted to the ATF for testing for comparison against these casings found in 602, 603, and 604?
Yes.
Now, sorry, I may have already asked, were you able to conduct an analysis of these casings to this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were your findings reduced to a report?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 670. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, exhibit 670 is a copy of the report I issued in this case.
So is this just your report?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 670 into evidence.
670.
670, yes, Judge.
Is there any objection?
And Judge, we have the same objection as we did on the DNA. It's okay to tender it, but we want to go back.
So the court will admit it over objection. We will address any issues with what the court sees at the end of the case.
Thank you, Judge. Will you publish?
Yes.
Now, starting with your report, what is this header up here?
That header is an indication that it was received first at the ATS Washington lab in Beltsville, Maryland.
And then down here, what's found in this kind of top right corner of the document?
The date of the report is the date that I issued this report. The case number is a case number that is assigned when the evidence arrives at the ATF laboratory. The submission is, there apparently were multiple packages that were submitted, so this being the third. The reference number is the ATF investigative number, so that's another ATF number, but it's separate from our laboratory case number. The title is a title that comes in on the form when they submit it, and then the type of exam is indicating that they want firearms analysis done.
Now, as to a location of this evidence and where it came from, is that listed here as title?
I do not know if that would be consistent with that information.
Was that information just provided to you and then added into your report?
Yes, that is, when the evidence is submitted to the lab, there is a standard form that they fill out, and the title of the investigation is something that would be received on that paperwork into the laboratory.
Now, down here under exhibits, what exhibits in particular were you sent for testing?
So all of these items, the first 3 lines being the individual 9mm cartridge cases, and the final 4th line being the ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol, all of those items listed there are the ones that I compared for this case.
And just for the record, can you read out the serial number of the firearm?
The serial number is ZA04909.
Now, for the court, can you describe the process that you took when you did your comparison of these cartridge casings themselves, then to the firearm?
So yes, the first thing I did was take each of the 9mm fired cartridge cases and put those on my microscope and compared those 3 to each other. After I did that comparison, then I made 2 test fires with the firearm, and then I took the test fires, which also would then be fired bullets and cartridge cases, and I compared those test fires to the group of 3 other cartridge cases.
Now, when it comes to the firearm itself, how do you do that comparison to these cartridge casings?
So the first thing I do is make test fires using the firearm. So in this instance, I took the ZEV 9mm pistol, and we have a large metal water tank. So as the name implies, it's a large tank, it's filled with water, and then on the front side of it is a port, and in that port is where I insert the firearm. And when I fire the firearm, the bullet goes down into the water, and the water serves to slow the bullet down. And then as I'm test firing it, the cartridge case is ejected into a net that surrounds that port. So then I'm able to collect those samples, because I have now shot this firearm myself. So I know that that bullet I'm collecting and these cartridge cases I'm collecting, those are representative samples of the marks this particular firearm is making. So once I have, kind of the apples to apples comparison, now I have, the cartridge cases test fired, and I have the evidence from the scene. I can then compare the test fired cartridge cases to those 3 scene cartridge cases.
Now, in some, the 3 9mm cartridge casings that you were submitted, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, first I determined that those 3 9mm cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm.
Now, after conducting those test fires from the ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol, did you compare those test fires to those 9mm casings?
Yes, I did.
Now, what were your results?
I also determined that those 3 cartridge cases were fired from that ZEV Technologies Model OZ9 9mm pistol.
And is that notated here under your results and examinations?
Yes, the first line stating a conclusion, which is actually the second line, says the exhibit 9 through 11, which are our ATF numbers, the exhibit 9 through 11 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the exhibit 12 firearm.
Now, after you came to your specific results, was your findings peer reviewed?
Well, first, the term we use is verification. So yes, after I have recorded my conclusions and my analysis notes, I then pass that off to the second examiner, who then does the physical comparison of the evidence as well.
And after it went through that process, was your report approved?
Yes.
Not further question.
Thank you, Amy Horowitz. Attorney Beverly, you may proceed with cross.
Were you asked, Ms. Kelly, to do anything else with this firearm other than to test the cartridge cases?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know if anybody at the crime lab looked for any trace evidence on the butt of this gun?
Part of my analysis does include recording whether there was any trace evidence that was visible to me. I'm not a trace examiner, but I would not know if a specific trace analyst looked at this firearm or not.
Okay. And you were not asked to make any determination about the muzzle to target distance or anything of that nature.
No,
You
sir.
didn't have any of that information. The only other question that I have is when you fire this weapon, it ejects the cartridge, correct?
Yes.
In this particular type of weapon, how far would this bullet or this cartridge be ejected from the weapon?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like I said, when I create my test fires, there is a net that is stopping it from traveling any further. And the distance that it could travel obviously would vary between different types of firearms. And I would say that possibly often it's the case that cartridge cases are not recovered from where exactly, because when I do shoot in a range, they're prone to roll, bounce, it could be several reasons why cartridge cases, once they're collected on a scene, are not in the area they would have been if they had only just been ejected from a firearm and then stopped there.
But normally if you find them in a cluster, then you can pretty much tell where the person may be standing at the time the weapon was fired.
That wouldn't be part of my analysis if other people wanted to draw conclusions about that.
Maybe somebody else that might look at that particular area.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Attorney Barry. Any Brewis, any follow-up?
None of the same.
Okay, Ms. Dempsey, excuse.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Ms. Dempsey.
Thank you.
State and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Spell it.
Yeah, you have a seat, and then you can, please state and then spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Jeffrey Inman. It's JEFFREYINMAN.
Thank you. May I proceed?
All right, Sergeant, how are you employed?
I am the sergeant with the Sand Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with Sand Springs Police Department?
I'm one of the original officers that started on July 1st, 2006.
So since 2006, have you been post certified?
I have been. I started with Fulton County in 1997.
So since 1997, you've been post
I
certified?
have.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was
In what capacity?
one of the patrolman supervisors, sergeants that were on the road.
Now, did you respond to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
I did.
And is that in Sand Springs?
It is, yes, it is.
Now, why were you responding to that area?
We got a burglary in progress call that came out. So I started heading that way, and we got a second burglary in progress call that came out in the same location.
Now, around what time did you respond to that location?
And it was around 9 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived at that location, what did you observe?
When I arrived at the location, we had Officer Phipps was getting a pepper ball launcher out of his trunk of his car. The homeowner was out in the driveway, at the end of the driveway, near the road. I walked into the house. We had about 8 officers that were in there. Sergeant Roush was standing at the bottom of the staircase, talking to somebody at the top of the staircase. Sergeant Petruska was in the process of getting some equipment. I believe it was a ballistic shield. And since I was the third sergeant that arrived on scene, they were busy. I took control of the situation.
Now, while were you physically inside the house?
I was, yes.
And where in the house were you when Sergeant Roush was having a conversation with the person upstairs?
I initially walked around the main floor, checking to make sure that we had enough personnel that was in the house. I then walked over towards the front door to make sure that we had a perimeter set up on the house, making sure that nobody can get out of the house without our knowledge.
Now, at some point, did an individual come downstairs?
Yes, he did.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in camouflage military style outfit.
Now, were officers equipped with body camera?
Yes, they were.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 672. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize it?
And this is off of Sergeant Roush's body cam.
In
Sergeant Roush.
You add her. Sorry, Vicky. She added you.
Sorry, right. Good morning.
Okay, already. Good Lord. Good morning.
Well, welcome to today, dude.
Yeah,
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Yeah,
I
it's nice to
mean,
be here. Hey, what's been going on, guys?
Dude, you didn't even miss anything.
What?
You didn't even miss anything, I don't think.
I didn't?
Beautifully.
I don't think so.
See? We're actually
Really?
getting to something interesting right now, so you might be just in time.
Wow. Okay.
It sounds like they're going to tell us about the first time that the house was broken into. Does that sound like this? Because the homeowner is there, that somebody's upstairs in camo, all of that.
Okay.
You're not sure? What is this guy talking about beautifully?
Yeah.
You don't know. You're not exactly sure.
Maybe I
It's
don't.
not a Monday. It feels like a Monday.
It's
I think that's
Wednesday. It's hump day.
Well, there you go. Oh, golly.
So welcome aboard, Vicky. I have a question, but I was waiting. This guy's going to be done soon. Before we switch days, I have a question about something I just saw on Twitter.
Okay.
It's weird. Maybe, and I'm glad Vicky's here because she might could help.
Okay.
Let's finish this though.
RAUSHE, believe it is.
And is this a screenshot from the body camera of the man coming down the stairs?
It is, yes.
And is it a fair depiction of that recorded on the body camera?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State Exhibit 672 into evidence.
State 672 is in it.
Now, what we're seeing here in State Exhibit 672, is this a picture of when the man is coming downstairs?
Yes, it is.
All right, so now, once he comes downstairs, then what happens?
At this point, I'm over towards the front door to the home as the individuals come downstairs.
Sorry, muted. This is when they arrested the dude. It has to be because this is 11/19. So this is the day after the murders. So I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Okay.
Sergeant Roush and made a rapport with him, so they were talking and trying to convince him to come downstairs. I heard a commotion behind me, and I turned around, and the individual that was coming down the stairs was basically coming off the second or third step with his arm raised, coming down at Sergeant Roush, and basically looked like he was in the process of trying to hit Sergeant Roush.
Now, when you saw the defendant looking or attempting to hit Sergeant Roush, what happened after that?
Sergeant Roush raised his arms to block the attack. They started to struggle. They moved into the living room area, and they then went over the back of a couch. At this time, we're now converging in to help Sergeant Roush. And Sergeant Roush is also screaming at the same time. When he got down at the middle of the couch, they basically were kind of intertwined, and they started to roll. When they started to roll, I saw that it was a knife, a small katana knife looking. The individual was then stabbing Roush. I sit there and I yelled out, "Somebody shoot," as I'm drawing my weapon. I had a split second where I had a window. I fired one round, and Sergeant Truce fired one round, pretty much simultaneously. Sergeant Truce hit the subject in the chest. I hit him, I hit the subject in the neck, and the subject then stopped when he was doing and dropped the knife. I then yelled for somebody to handcuff him as I'm reholstering my weapon. I then moved in with Officer Matt Williams and started handcuffing, and then the individual started fighting it. And we finally got him handcuffed. We separated Sergeant Roush from him, and Officer Mike Blythe then started treating Sergeant Roush for his wounds. We then carried the individual outside of the house to the front lawn to where we could then start treating his wounds.
Now, when separated, part of treating the defendant was that was kind of tearing off his clothes, part of that rendering.
It was, yes.
Now, I want to show you what's marked as State Exhibit 674. Do you recognize State Exhibit 674?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's out on the front lawn of the house where Sergeant Manning is cutting off the individual's clothes.
And is this a fair and accurate screenshot from one of the body cameras of the incident that was taking place in that front
It
yard?
is, yes.
At this time, state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 674.
Any objection? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, state 674 is admitted.
May I vote, Judge?
Yes.
Right. Now, do you remember how many layers the defendant was wearing?
He had on several layers of clothing that needed to be cut off.
Do you remember there being any broken glass at the house?
I do not recall any broken glass in the house, no.
Now, after that incident, let me backtrack. Do you recognize the same individual in this courtroom today?
Can you move the monitor? The one on the desk. That appears to be him.
In the described article of clothing? Sorry. I apologize.
I'm sorry, the gentleman in the yellowish green shirt.
Now, before he was shot, the individual seen in State's Exhibit 674, were you able to see his face?
I was able to see his face when he was out on the lawn, yes.
Why couldn't you see his face when he was inside the house?
When it started out, my back was turned to him. When he came off the stairs and started attacking Sergeant Roush, he also had a hat on, which I believe had maybe had a face covering on it. The situation was when he attacked Roush, they were together and down, so I did not see his face until he was actually taken outside.
In State's Exhibit 674, is this his face covering here?
Yes.
So in addition to the face covering and the military, was he wearing anything on his hands?
He was wearing gloves on his hands.
And then on top of the mask, was he wearing something on his head?
And it was what in the military we call a beanie hat. So a full brim hat around that they use for best describing was for reconnaissance units that would wear that.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Did you ever take a statement from Matthew while you were on the scene here?
That's right. No.
Okay, did he say anything to you, any significant?
He uttered some statements while I was in the process of handcuffing, yes.
And what were those?
He called us several names. One of the names was, he called us the N-word. He called us pussies. Those are the two main ones that I do recall.
He needs to clear up the record. There are a lot of N-words.
Same time.
Did he indicate to you why he had gone to that house?
Yeah.
No, didn't.
Well, we ain't gonna spell it out for
What
you.
automobile he
Yeah. Could you spell that for the record?
arrived in?
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody pointed out to you the vehicle where it might be sitting?
Not at that time, because what happened is when I got to the scene, I was in control of the scene. So I was not there to interview the subject. I was there to get the subject out of the
Not for
house.
what was going on there?
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement with Matthew after that?
I did not know.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any Norwitz, any additional questions for Sergeant Inman?
No, Judge.
All right, Minister excuse.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Sergeant
Thank
Inman.
you.
Mhm.
I think they're done for that day. We're finally moving on to today.
And X.
And X. Yeah, we got to show you something on X. That's for sure. What in these? Oh no, it's gone.
Oh no.
How do I find it? Here it is.
Oh.
Pause. Oops. Share withdraw. Make it bigger. Okay, what the fuck is this?
Is this what they're doing?
Well, maybe y'all
Oh no,
Biggie.
it's not Kurt.
Huh?
Is it Kurt?
I don't. Is that what's about to happen?
I don't know. What is that? Why is that
keep watching. It just never gets. I don't know.
Why are you doing that?
But keep watching because it's weird. This is your brain. Is it? Is that the point?
What is this? What
It's
is
a deep,
that?
it's a flipping deep fried egg.
Where did they get this oil from?
It's the
What is-
oldest, dirtiest oil they could have
Imagine.
used.
No. White motor oil.
Yeah,
Oh, gross. Yeah, looks like motor oil.
yeah. The excessive amount of salt was to hide the taste of motor oil.
Hi, Sister Sad.
Why
Ugh.
did you? Why?
Ew, that looks so gross.
Why did you make us
No.
watch that?
No, I'm not gonna watch that.
Well, I
I've got
I
questions.
needed to know.
It got big like that because of the oil. The oil's making it.
It looks like
Well-
it's infected.
The oil's infected. It infected the egg in turn.
Oh, is that like in? Yeah.
The egg didn't do nothing. Okay.
All right, we're going to start day 3, friends. We are on regular speed. That means we don't have to fuck with this break or this lunch today, it seems. So we're plenty ahead of schedule.
Awesome.
Yay. My sister says she's going to be doing a live tonight.
7 p.m.
It's
Oh,
7 your time.
7 Eastern. Is that? So
Hey, Bug, good morning.
Bug.
7 p.m. regular people time or left coast time? All right, we'll get into this. Let us know when your show is going to be and what it's going to be about. We're showing up anyway, though. So
yeah, we'll be there. The
Hope
bitch
everyone
don't
is
sleep.
well this morning.
I said because the bitch don't sleep. Probably midnight my time, I think.
yeah, it sounds like it.
Before we proceed with the state's next witnesses, is there anything that we need to put on the record procedurally or concerning any issues that you all would like to make a part of the record?
Procedurally, I have an idea that probably we'll finish the state's side of the case today.
Okay.
If we do that, I would like to be able to have overnight to discuss with my client whether he's going to testify.
Oh,
So,
spoiler alert.
whenever they finish, top for the day.
It's fine. This state.
Wait, did they say he's?
I actually think we'll probably be close to 5 o'clock anyway,
Okay.
so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay.
All right, so
That's fine, and as we can discuss scheduling throughout the day and see where we are with everything that we need to do. All right, is there anything else that we need to put on the record or you all would like to discuss with the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. State, you may call your next witness.
You do solemnly swear.
State and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Charles, Charles. Last name is Needham, Needham.
All right, thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you may proceed.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I currently work for the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the sergeant over the training unit.
And how long have you been with the Lawrenceville Police Department?
I started in March 17th, 2023.
Now, prior to Lawrenceville, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I started in Sandy Springs Police in 2016.
Now, as you worked through Sandy Springs, in what capacity did you work with Sandy Springs?
I started as an officer on patrol, went to our traffic unit, and then was a detective prior to leaving Sandy Springs Police.
Now, have you been post-certified, I guess, since 2016?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty with the Sandy Springs Police Department that morning?
I was.
And were you in the capacity of a detective at that?
I low-key love that keeps happening, that it's the same day of the month that this was all going down today.
Oh
that they're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. Like 3 years ago today, this is what was going on.
Yeah,
4 years ago
4.
today.
Yeah, I like that.
I was,
Now, were you dispatched to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
yes,
Is that in Sandy Springs?
it is.
Now, why were you dispatched there?
So a call had come out of a burglary in progress. I had just arrived in the office that morning, and I was listening to our radio traffic and notified our supervision that I was going to go ahead and go down there as one of the only detectives in the office. And that was when I self-dispatched to that location.
Now, around what time did that call come out?
About 8:50 in the morning.
And around what time did you arrive to that scene?
I arrived at 9:10, and while I was walking out of the office is when the shots fired call came out. Prior to that,
Now, did you actually make it to that scene?
I did.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
So when I got on scene, there were several officers attempting to control the defendant in the front yard. He had at least 2 gunshot wounds that I could see, one like a graze wound to the neck or back of the head and one to the upper torso. And when I arrived, when I went into the house, that was where I discovered the crime scene and where Sergeant Roush had been stabbed and was being treated.
Now, in the front yard, was the defendant getting medical treatment?
So the officers were attempting to get him under control at that time, but he did get medical treatment from them and from the ambulance that arrived shortly after.
Now, was he loaded into that ambulance?
He was.
And where was he transported to?
To North Fulton Hospital, I believe.
Now, was the defendant discharged from the hospital shortly thereafter?
He was.
Now, after being discharged from the hospital, where was he transported?
He was transported back to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Do you know how he was transported back?
Yes, it was one of our crime suppression officers, had transported him back. I can't remember the exact one.
So it's just a patrol car?
Yes,
And was he in handcuffs at that time when he was being transported back?
he was.
Now, where is the Sandy Springs headquarters located?
7840 Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
For what
County?
Okay, Father. For what purpose was he brought back to headquarters?
So that we could attempt to do an interview with him.
Now, approximately what time was he brought back to the headquarters from the hospital?
About 5 p.m. that same day.
And when he was brought back into the headquarters, was he still in handcuffs?
He was.
Now, when he arrived to headquarters, was he allowed to use the restroom?
He was.
And did he?
He did.
Was he offered food and water?
Yes.
And was he provided with food or water?
Yes.
Now, were you able to have an interview with him?
I was.
Around what time did you start your interview?
About 5:25 that evening.
Now, what was your purpose in interviewing the defendant?
So I interviewed him alongside Sergeant Johnson, who was over the detectives division at the time, and it was to gain some kind of an understanding of what led to the stabbing and officer-involved shooting, trying to figure out why he was in the house he was in, and to get his side of things so we could help figure out what led us to where we landed.
Now, that being your purpose at that time, did you have any information as to an incident in Cobb County?
I did not.
Now, were you able to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I was.
Now, prior to that interview, was he advised of his Miranda rights?
He was.
And were they read to him?
They were.
Were they read in full to him?
They were.
And did he understand English?
Yes.
Did you have any problems in your communicating with him?
Not at all.
Was he asked whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
He was.
And did he indicate a way?
He indicated that he was not under the influence of anything.
And were you able to gather his highest level of education?
Yes.
And what was that?
That he was currently studying at UGA, something to do with artificial intelligence, I believe.
Now, kind of describe the nature of the interview.
It was a conversational interview. There was no shouting back and forth, persuasion, threats, anything like that. The entire conversation was just a simple back and forth question and answer.
Now, once you read his rights, did he wish to speak with you, Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Now, at any time during this interview, did you threaten the defendant?
No.
At any time, did you pull your gun out?
No.
At any point, did he unequivocally invoke any of his rights?
No.
About how long was your interview with the defendant?
It's probably, I think the first go round was at least an hour because we had stepped out for a while to recollect our thoughts after we had learned of the Cobb County incident.
Now, prior to that interview, were photographs taken of the defendant?
They were.
And for what purpose?
For subject identification and to show his injuries at the time of the interview and his physical condition overall.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 676 through 684. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So these photographs were taken in our interview room at Sandy Springs. This was the room where he was interviewed by me and Sergeant Johnson.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the defendant prior to your interview?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit, and I forgot the number, 676 through 684.
I have an opportunity to view those, we haven't looked at.
States Exhibit 676 through 684 are admitted.
May I publish it?
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 676, who do we see in this photograph?
That's the defendant, Mr. Lanz.
Now, do you see Mr. Lanz in this courtroom today?
I do.
If you'll please point to that individual and describe an article of clothing.
Yes, it's Mr. Lanz over here in the bright green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, part of your headquarters, is it customary for interviews to be recorded?
Yes,
Now, are there cameras within this room?
there are.
Where are they?
So there's one on the wall facing toward the table that would be behind the photographer in this picture. And there's one on the ceiling tucked into one of the corners.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate recording of the interview that you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state will move to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Judge, before we do that, I'd like to ask you a few questions on Jackson. Be sure that,
Yes.
I'm understood.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
And that's 470, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I think this interview took place after Mr. Lanz had been taken to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what procedure they did at the hospital on him?
I do not know other than just generally speaking, treating the gunshot wounds. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't speak to what they did.
Do you know what medications they gave him for pain?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever ask him?
I did not. When Sergeant Johnson advised him of his Miranda rights, that's when he asked him if he was under the influence of any drugs, and he said no.
Okay. Did you ever go to the hospital?
I did not, no.
Do you know which officers did?
I know that Detective Tom Cox was one of them, and at the times, I believe he was a Sergeant Milholland was one of them. I'm not sure of who the others were. I was tied up with everything else at headquarters.
And did you speak with any of them to find out what medications he may have been given at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you talk with any of the officers that had gotten information from him at the scene of this home invasion?
No, all those officers were sequestered shortly after that incident per our department policy and the GBI's request due to the officer involved shooting.
And did Mr. Lanz appear to know where he was and why he was there?
Yes, he appeared completely coherent during our conversations. There was no signs to me of any kind of impairment or anything like that.
Did anyone tell you that he had said that God had told him to go to that house?
During the interview, he told that to me. I don't recall if anybody has said that beforehand or not.
But you did not see anything yourself that would cause you to pause and questioning him?
No.
Nothing further.
Mayor Attorney Barry, is there any objection as to Exhibit 470 as to Mr. Lanz's statement of whether or not it was voluntarily, and knowingly?
After watching the interview, the primary thing I wanted to find out was what medications this officer may have known that he was under. I do not see anything in the video that would cause me to believe that he didn't do it freely and voluntarily.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Exhibit 470 is admitted.
Now, just to kind of follow up on a couple of those questions. Now, coming from the hospital, probably on some medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, even though on medication, did you have any difficulties communicating with him?
No, I did not.
And did he seem under the influence when you were speaking with him?
No, he did not.
Now, during this interview, did you ever give him a hope of benefit in speaking with you?
No.
Now, I want to ask about the interview itself and kind of the reporting. Are your interviews in one streamed video?
So the video file is broken down into different segments. That segment is based on file size and interview length. So that's why it gets parsed out into different files.
And so when it gets parsed out, is it a continuous video just in segments?
Yes.
Okay. If I may publish State's Exhibit 4.
Yes. Yes, and do you all need lights off or?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge. .70 at 17, 24, and 30 seconds.
Talking with you today. Thank you today. Stop. CTT. LNC. Shaver. Where are the others? I live in Athens right now. You live in Athens? How's your address? 435 North Church Street. Yeah.
talking about has the video kind of broken up in segments.
Yes.
Running about an hour apiece.
Correct.
So I'm going to move to the second video of State's Exhibit 470. And I will restart. So this is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
Where are you majoring in?
Cognitive science, so it's like AI and automated systems. Trying to improve the culture of that industry, making it more efficient, more effective, safer technology. Because it's very good at collecting data. That's kind of an issue these days, securing data in the community. It was always something that found interesting.
Congratulations. How long have you lived there?
I moved in at the beginning of August. Would have been around August 7th, August. And then I also live at my house with my parents too.
Where's that?
It's an hour.
What's that interesting?
It's 600. Nothing. DLPH. Iron. Boulevard. That is 3012.
You live in your parents?
Yeah, I have mom and dad, 2 sisters, a deceased brother, and we've been here a little bit. We moved with us since
All my sisters.
my oldest is 30, so she has 2 kids now, and my oldest sister is 20, 23.
That I live.
The oldest sister is sorry, she lives in
What's your phone?
678 619 788.
That's your phone. Alright, what is, you obviously read right English language? Under the influence of any alcohol or drugs today?
No.
And, your education level is obviously college, so you're about. I want to talk to you about what occurred here today, where your rights first. Alright, so, before I ask you any questions, you must raise your hands, okay? So you have the right to consent, anything you say, you use to prove that this against you. You have the right to talk to the lawyer before we ask you any questions and have your own hearing questioning. If you cannot afford the lawyer, we'll be appointed for you without cost and appreciate you present at all times during questioning. If you decide to answer questions now without lawyer present, you will celebrate silent during any time that we talk to the lawyer. Do you understand this? Can we proceed forward to talking about what happened earlier?
Is there a way that I could just, I guess if I get uncomfortable with answering,
Give her that. And give her
so
that.
that we could proceed.
Okay. So you, I appreciate that. Let's talk through morning. Where construction morning at?
It started in my room.
And what time was that?
Well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom. Not going.
And as?
Yeah.
any of that was you?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? And I said, no, I was on the way home anyway. And then when all of that happened, I didn't hear any of it, they didn't hear any of it. And I had, I guess, left before it had happened. Because I had been going home. And then I went back to Athens because I was just too tired to go home. And needed to come back for classes. So that's what I was doing that night before.
So where were you then?
In Athens and then I went home and I heard that.
What time was that?
The drive down and the drive back.
Yeah,
So I guess I left Athens around 9 and probably got there 10, 15. And then I was in my house for probably 30 or 40 minutes and then I left.
what time was it?
30 or 40 minutes after 10, 15, so then around whatever, I guess, that I had left.
What time you?
It's hard to recollect, it was later than, I guess, 11:30, 40. So maybe it was 12-ish. Yeah, now I have.
What did you drive?
My
Which one?
it's a black license.
Okay. So your mom comes up here. And she was involved in this, I haven't heard about anything over a cop. So I guess it's,
I was apparently it was super crazy seeing.
oh yeah,
I don't.
there's no evidence to leave.
Right, so she said she was the hair thing. Someone just like broke into their house and started their living room or something. She said, "Are there police there? Is there anything that?" No, she's like, no, I just happened, I want to make sure you weren't there. And I'm like, okay. I don't think, I told her that I hadn't told her that, when I got there, I spoke to Sarah in the backyard. I did look at the people's house's light. There's a big fence in our backyard, and you see the light there. Yeah, and she was asking, like, did you look over at their house or did you hear anything? And I was like, well, yeah, I looked over there and saw a light on or two when I was smoking a cigarette, and then I had to go back to work to the park. And then, it was locked. I just went, to go around the front door and get outside and sleep, it was already pretty late. I was just sitting on the floor. And then I was just saying, oh, I got my car.
You left. And then at 2 o'clock, your mom shows up.
That's, yeah.
Okay, how does that do that?
She just talking to me about, how she just wants me to focus on school and trying to be a hard worker for her and trying to stay focused and stay out of trouble, which is what I try to do.
So that's part of your mom.
Mm-hmm. And my dad, they're very respectful people. They want us, they want their kids to be good people and successful. They have to instill good values. Which I think they have.
Seems like
like, you gotta go around that UGA. Right. I mean, I was always a smart kid. When I went to the UGA. I was in high school, high school. So school was kind of always a pretty easy thing for me to get along with. End up kind of like a more introverted person, obviously. I was in school very fun. Just usually it's a good thing to socialize more. Be more of it. Not as enjoyable. Some people just don't like this.
Well, that's just a passion, you know, passion. So, how did you, if you were in Athens, how did you end up back in here?
Or here, I was actually going again in my car.
Do you remember what else?
Yeah, it was over near. Oh, it was down 75 here. Kind of near us. Way past 75, maybe closer to Athens. I'm not sure the actual road name. But
Did you just run out to the market? There's restaurants or gas stations.
It was, I mean, it's on the 75 drive back from Athens to Kinsel.
Okay, do you think?
I want to say, you guys are Sandy Springs, right?
Yeah.
I want to say Kirby.
I got you. All right, so car breaks down, yes, and that's.
Then I just got, started walking.
Where we going?
No, it's just kind of hanging on. Well, how do you Kirby, I guess.
So what happens?
For saying honestly, I just walked through that neighborhood.
Okay.
And then I saw so much that that house was something I needed to go to. And then, you know, when I was in there, the dogs were acting very friendly. And then, you know, the lady starts saying, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" And I was saying, "It's me, Matt." She's like, "Oh, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Well, maybe I'm just not in the right house." And then she called her son upstairs, Matthew. And she started calling the police after he came. I'm just sitting there. You know, I was thinking about it. There's really no way to describe that kind of interaction. You know, when she called the police, you know, I should have. I went upstairs because that's where I thought I had to go check out. I didn't find anything that really. I wasn't really sure. Just some place that felt I needed to be there. That's so.
What happened was the police got
And I was upstairs. And then, you know, they were kind of in the bottom of the stairs. And I just went down because I was just up there.
Were they talking to you?
Yes, they were. I was
They you are, okay, thank you.
Just something, you know, come downstairs, this isn't your house, it's the next one over. I was like, that's not right, it's just here. But I guess it felt more certain. And then I started going down the stairs. You know, I saw the load of police. I don't know how many there were. There was probably 7 or 8 of them. I don't know, I guess it kind of freaks me out. You're scared? Not necessarily. I mean, I thought they might have shot me on sight.
So what happens next?
I don't know, based on what happened, I think I could just call a lawyer for other crimes.
You know, where again. I just wanted to tell the truth, you know, but you've been pretty truthful with me so far. Just kind of your side, your version of this, because I don't have my side.
Just the way I describe it, it's, I just kind of watched this dude.
Can you come back?
You know, considering I don't think they were gonna let me be after some event like that. I saw I was sitting in a jail or prison instantly. And then once obviously the night punch was thrown, you know, all the officers started action. That one officer got killed, and then I just got
Just what?
Air Force those. That was other was shot in my brain. But it wasn't hate or anything. There was love in my body. I think I was just looking for something that wasn't there.
What made you fly here to do the house?
I would say a message from God.
Can you tell me about that? Did you bring it with you? Did you drive it to the house?
This is my car. Because it's been on my ownership. And it's a fixed limit.
Okay.
How is a code? We'll see. Next time.
Where did you carry it? Where did you carry it after?
Oh, I did.
Can you show me that? Okay. $3 grand.
The hills are pretty long, but the lanes are fine. Overall. There's the lanes.
Anything else you would tell me about the incident that you had to do so?
Yeah. I just don't think what I did was worth it. I think I could have just left that house in peace. Then on my way to get my car back. in the school.
Anything else you want to talk about? You know, for the sake of honesty, is getting out and making sure that.
Right, so I've been talking to mental health specialists that, confirm. This might, I guess, the hang, it's lifted, maybe there's more checkups to do than this software.
Well, we're gonna do that. We're gonna make sure you see our doctors.
Yeah, I mean,
You got anything needs help and wants help,
I do,
service you go get it.
though I do feel like I don't need that many people.
Well, just, anything else you want to talk about that you think would be good for us to know, conscious, or, maybe, that's happened in the last couple days, that led up to this incident or after this incident, that you think would be helpful for you.
I think having faith, is very important.
You're, so you're a believer Christian?
Yes. I think God is very real.
I agree. Do you go to church?
It's kind of more like seasonal, occasional, just stuff like that.
That doesn't affect what you're on your level of belief, but, one of the biggest things is, to be forgiven for your sins, you should be as a Christian, you have to be honest and repent about what you did.
And I have made a spirit of God. I feel like He loves me so that I do.
Do you think there's anything that He needs to tell you that you need to follow us out and tell us about so that it can clear your conscience?
Killing is always, killing should, I think killing should be like a self-defense and then, military elimination defense or something. So I believe in the concept of self-defense, like, the home deal with the Capitol in Georgia, and that kind of stuff. As a responsible gun owner. Yes, but I don't have it in my possession.
Where is it?
Respects to our answer.
Yeah, this is your It's not on here, right?
No.
Is it in a safe place that no one
Yes,
can do it?
it's safe, it's here.
Okay. Have you ever been in that situation that maybe
No. I mean, I thought when my mom showed up, she had like busted the chain off the lot. And I was like, grab my pistol off the ground. But that was it, the song, sir.
what happens to you?
It's like, wow.
Oh, wow.
That,
Okay, how? Not? Wow,
yes, you very well.
That was why I was searching over the blocks.
Literally,
Whole life, till I was 17.
How old are you?
the pistol.
Where did you at? Oh, man, it's a good place. Do you, are you a specific ammo kind of guy, or?
I shoot like FMJs. And like, nothing like, in fact, federal is good in all points.
Yeah. What kind do you do that?
The brass with copper. Contracted. Yes. The hollow points. They have like different something. I just know that I was checking out the federal things that call.
I'm just curious, because we don't have anything to do with guns, so why would you want to tell me where your gun is?
I don't know, it's just like relevant for the aspect of evidence. I just think it's just in the safe and locked in the house.
Okay, but it's locked up.
Yeah. The parents
Okay, there's a big thing we're just worried about. Things like this go to help people in other people's houses so many times that people, that a lot of different folks do, and they got guns and they end up just out in the woods somewhere. We just don't want a kid to get it or something like that. That's why I'm not saying about guns. It's nothing about you. I just don't want a little Johnny to go run through the woods and pick it up. Now you don't trash it or.
That would be everywhere else.
Yeah, I think.
You had a person that would
Kids like kids, I mean, come on. Anyway, that's all it is.
I'm gonna set up. Are you sure there's nothing you wanna? You can trash can?
Let's see.
Sure there's nothing else you wanna talk about this incident? Help you ease yourself?
Okay. Is this a genetic thing?
I don't think so.
What? Is he about to throw up? He's got a
Alright, we'll just hang out for a minute.
I didn't hear you at all. Say that again.
Was he about to throw up, or does he have the hiccups?
He has the hiccups.
Okay.
Well, his mom almost threw up when she figured out that her son was a piece of shit. I feel like he's about to do it too.
He's about to throw up because he's figured out he's a piece of shit.
He does have
Yeah.
bucket.
He
next to him.
finally registered
Yeah.
and he finally dropped. Okay.
What?
So for the record, I'm stopping this video at 17:53 and 3 seconds. Now, at this point in your interview, do you start looking into a potential other incident?
Yes.
And were you able to identify a potential situation that needed to be looked into?
Yes. So when we stepped out, when Sergeant Johnson and I stepped out, we spoke to other detectives and our intel analysts who had been watching that interview and were trying to dig up other information. And that's when it became increasingly apparent that there was another incident involved, and the Cobb County incident got brought to light, the recent homicide.
Now, once you kind of identified that potential incident, did you or someone from your agency reach out to Cobb County?
Yes, I believe it was one of our intelligence analysts had reached out to Cobb County to get them in the loop.
And at some point, did they come to the headquarters in interview them?
They did.
Now, just to kind of ask some additional questions as that interview. Now, was that interview conducted in the same room?
Yes.
And detectives from Cobb County come and interview the defendant, as he is seated there, as we saw.
Yes.
Now, at some point after kind of going over all of that, did you and Sergeant Johnson come back in and continue your interview?
We did.
So now I'm going to skip to that portion when you come back into the interview, and that's on this one video 3 of Safety Exhibit 470.
Judge, I may have some questions. This is a new interview. I'd like to ask you questions on that.
Concerning the first one, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. When you restarted this interview, and how long were you out before you came back in?
I'm not exactly sure how long it was that we were out of the room.
15, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a very long time period. So yeah, within a half an hour.
Within a half hour. Did you reread his Miranda warnings?
No, we did not.
Okay. Even though you had a new situation that you wanted to ask questions about?
That's correct. He had already been advised of those and was still in our custody, so.
Okay. And you saw that he was beginning to get maybe sick there at the end?
Yes.
And did you ask him anything about that, whether he felt like he could continue or anything of that nature?
Other than asking if he needed the trash can kind of right before we left, that was all I recall. And I don't remember if when we restarted, if I brought that up again or not.
All right. And
Yeah.
I just looked up and like, oh, for real.
I don't know the exact time they arrived. Sometime I'm guessing around 6 p.m. So.
And you were still interviewing?
Yes.
All right. And did they come into the interview room?
They did after we went out and convened with them, and then they came in.
Okay. And was there Miranda warnings read at that point?
I don't recall if they read him an independent Miranda warning or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And Judge, we would object to any continuing play of the video because we think it's a violation. The fact that they waited 30 minutes before they came back in. This is a new interview, and we feel like they did not read it Miranda warning. Consequently, anything from here on would not be admissible.
You're talking about the interview that continues with Sandy Springs Police Department or the interview that he's referring to with Cobb County?
Continuation, when they were gone for 30 minutes and then came back in, didn't remind him of his constitutional rights or didn't read the Miranda warning again, then we think that's a violation.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
So that's just not required. This is a continuation of the interview that they have already been conducting. So, I mean, it's not a violation. I had already asked the officer if at any point he unequivocally wanted to withdraw and stop speaking. So there's just not a violation. This is just a continuation of the same interview, which is done in almost every case where interviews are conducted. They step out and we come right back in. It is not required for Miranda to be reread to him in 30-minute gap.
Yeah.
I would agree if they'd gone out for 5 minutes to take a break or something like that. This is an interview where they are gathering other information about another case. And they waited maybe 30 minutes before they came back in, knowing that they were going to be interviewing about the case, and they did not read Miranda for the Miranda video. I think that puts it in a different category. So we would object.
Objections noted, but I'm overrule the objection. The objections noted for the record. You may continue.
Thank you. And so just to go
That's a waste of breath.
back to State Exhibit 470, which started in evidence, Disc 2, Video 1, starting at 18:04 and 16 seconds.
Do they have better audio?
Yeah, right.
Everything's the same, basically.
Get on water. Oh, yeah. I guess,
I actually think because the defendant didn't move is why he shouldn't assume that for some reason he needs to be re-Mirandized. You know, like
Yeah.
It's not like
they
he didn't
left.
go home or anything.
He doesn't have some kind of break in his day or mental where like that's over. If we do it again, XYZ. I feel like
It's
because
never, it's never
Mhm.
operated that way in the history of ever watching any of these.
Yeah. He tried though. I mean,
He did try, but no bueno.
if they sent him anywhere else, if the defendant leaves, even if he comes back in 7 minutes, if he leaves and it changes, then maybe there's something to be said here, at least
yeah,
an
but
argument.
it'd be like if he went to the bathroom and came back, they'd have to reread him. Be like, that's kind of
Well,
redundant.
Exactly.
If they said I'm going to go to the bathroom, we'll resume after this, maybe not. But the whole you're going to throw up, all right, we're going to give you some time and then leave and come back and be like, all right, let's interview, is I guess what the attorney is saying, you know, might
Yeah.
reset things in his client's mind and he doesn't understand his rights.
Even though there's many times where they'll just leave you in a room by yourself just to watch you and see how you react.
Yeah.
For more than
But that's what
30
I'm saying.
minutes.
He didn't move. So I think that might be the difference here. He isn't left. He hasn't broken out of this. I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
still
still
there.
in the same spot.
Yeah.
just back on that part, being, you know, kind of this, we talked about that, because, that girl, was my years.
Yeah.
You know, there might be some good information for us, because there's, I really saw, I just, you said you're so good.
All I saw was that they had a Bible, and I guess it's their bathroom. And then it's really awesome. Maybe someone says like that's all.
Did you go over anything?
No, I didn't like the there. No, I wasn't like
Did you see any suspicion there?
no, I can't think.
Hearing?
No,
Right. I wasn't.
I'm also when I was a kid, one of our parents just lived there, and we were friends with them, but they no. And she said it was just like, how old? I think the people that lived there before they were a kid.
I was scared.
The old English, it was,
What about the people over there?
that neighborhood one that I know, something like that.
Yeah. You got redhead kids?
I don't know. That was something pretty like, or something like that. I'm not sure they had it.
So they did, they had a
No.
Remember that, the whole thing now. And we sit here, we're passionate for kids.
Well, it comes to without their parents in there. That's just. Yeah.
And I think I was in there.
No. For years, the little kid was in the house and all that happened. From me, or from?
I mean, I know how that is, and we started talking earlier, some of the best news articles.
Well, that's what you just said, it was something about, it's bizarre. And apparently that little kid was home for all that.
Well, how did they take it? Did they take the.
You know?
No, I don't know. I was just gonna ask. Did they like take it to the market is such a market.
Yeah, he is. You should get him. Now. He was also said that, Schneider, correct? So,
That's great.
really do this.
Everything we got going on right here is off to the side right now.
I mean, all I saw was the last song.
How much life is it?
It was, I guess there. It's like a window above the middle of the house. And, you know, my brother was getting harassed by all police in there for that, because, so it was just.
Never rations, right?
Police,
What they do?
I don't think we ever really found them.
What they prosecuted for it?
No. This.
Yeah, things happen, you know, people got to say, so it's just important for that, for the little kid, you know, to have some, you know, some sort of justice, some sort of closure, you know, because, I mean, we were talking about earlier, you know, I think we're all Christians in the room, and
I don't know if you think that a little girl knowing that pain.
but I just,
Losing their parents.
yeah, but I think what could help with that pain is closure, you know, I'm just saying it's, you're a Christian, you're a Christian thing. can, because
unfortunately, I don't remember anything to let the information about it, because,
she got anybody that does.
Besides, like, I guess the local police or whatever, besides what they found, I don't know.
Yeah. Have you heard anything what they found in London? Probably has better knowledge of what it is, all the things was on the news, so what all did she say? How's she?
I don't know, I mean, she must have, I guess, seen the police in the morning or whatever. She was just like, do you have anything about 2 people being murdered, you know, in the neighbor's house line or something? No, that's not what I'm saying, I told her about. I don't know. Smoke a cigarette back or combination or else that being she said, how we're killed, because we can't get it out. She's under a shot.
What do you think?
And I wouldn't know. I don't get the feeling that I knew somebody's up to something, you know, when I was looking at that house anyway. I guess they just broke in.
What do you think about the person that did it? What do you think about them? Kind of person you think
How brutal was it? Was it even brutal?
Well, it's not in our jurisdiction, so you know.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at your interview right there, so that's what I just want to.
I wouldn't be able to say anything, which is.
I mean, like, what's your opinion? What do you think? What kind of person? Do you think of somebody that like made a mistake or had a hunch about something?
Maybe it was. I mean, I would say it was a coincidence that it happened on the same night as I showed up, but I didn't hear anything, which is crazy. I mean, or someone could just been trying to rob and they got scared. I don't know. I'm just sitting there, I don't know, but it's nuts. But it was broken or something.
Your mom was talking to you about it, did she hear from anybody around the house that were or anything?
No, she didn't really. She might have. I can't really remember what she said. I was just trying not to like get too worked up. But I don't know if that happened. So it was, I was
But it just happened.
guess it depends, like, with what intention it was even, like, attempted at, like, I don't know what they were trying to do, which is always weird, where,
Actually thinking about that kid, you know? That poor kid and what he's going through right now, and what he's gonna go through as he grows up. And just, there's ways on my heart. Another child. You know? And right there behind your house.
something like that's just tragedy. Like that. You know, a lot of workers do it though, which is hard. You know, they can grow up to be some of the most successful people. I guess we all go back for that one, okay? For sure. I say prayers for a kid and my sister, and college. Yeah. You know, I never used to be super religious, but God really helped me find a lot of strength for myself and others. I keep them close to my heart.
Yeah, I get this vibe from you, you know, with your religion and you know, God and kind of our connection, that there's something there that you want to help bring peace or healing to somebody.
I think the energy might have been off for some reason. Maybe that was where, I guess just from a sense of being at home in the background, noticing the lights looking a little like wicked, I guess. I was kind of put off by it.
Yeah. I think you were there for a reason, you know.
It's just a notice, I suppose. Yeah,
There's Catholic there, you know, for a reason, so you could.
There was some clarity on myself, I suppose, and be able to say prayer and lots of peace for the children.
You know, sometimes we all go through life where we feel like opposites are for a reason.
Everybody's happening. But you know, I was kind of not a believer when I was younger. I was more of a atheistic science believer.
So now we switch to the next. Record. This is still State Exhibit 470. That's 470. Now this is disc 2, video 1, resuming where the previous video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horowitz, I haven't looked at the
All right, this is State Exhibit 470. Still but disc 2, video 1, a continuation from the previous video on disc 1, video 3. And
I was always, you know, knowledgeable of the concept of Christianity and studies. So I tell myself the ideas towards more confident, lower God.
If anything, to I don't know what their lives.
And the guys on how you navigate the states, you know. It's definitely, you know, because we choose to see back for the sinners, you know, to wash people of their sins, so that they have the same issues.
That's outrageous.
And it's, God sent his only son back in a world of filth and sin, so that we could have a afterlife. But through his son, there are things that as Christians we have to do as well. We have to be like Jesus, act like Jesus, abide by his ultimate word.
He is a very intelligent being and has love with confidence.
And he was sorry for that.
That's it's just ignorance that we have both sides. We try to love it and offer. It takes time to love like that. It's hard. And it's hard to sure be in that place in your heart.
Do you know that they love behind believers?
I'm not sure. I think that people look at it before they're that, but the dude who originally bought the house, I think was probably a Christian. He probably, that might have passed on to his children. He's good people, I'm sure.
Did you ever run around house? Did you? For me, to say, hey, how you doing?
It was kind of like, suspect, but I didn't just involve myself in that house, like, because my brother was so intimidated by something.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Do you relationship with him?
All due respect, it was just, I think he was being harassed, and it was,
Did you ever try to help him with that?
yeah, I mean, that's why I met you with my friends and family, trying to talk to them about people, listen to their issues and responsibilities and feelings. I try to work with them. Maybe see if they can find somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird. Are you still trying to, and I used to go past, I'm very sorry about that. Are you still trying to help clear some stuff off your problem?
He was a great soul. He was always what I did when I was concerned. It's not a tragedy especially in such a short. It's been very hard for me. That's why I've been talking to the mental health specialists reliably and confidence. So I can show them that I'm not trying to devolve to something supporting.
Having somebody to confide in is huge.
It really is. Talking with people about their problems is a really good way to heal the soul.
Let's say that. I'm literally, it'll kill you. Emotionally and physically, you can't keep stuff like that on the conscience. I mean, no what, we're believing in your faith, you can't.
Well, I don't have anybody in my conscience about me being there.
If you had that, if you weren't, would you? Whether or not, if you were there.
I don't know. I've never killed anybody, so
What about that?
I didn't do that also.
He's got pretty little kids. Never see the guy.
Yes.
How do you think they
I thought I was gonna be taken away, I suppose.
Today. Was that push you kind of in that state of mind where you were out walking around and looking at houses and having, hunches that you need to enter, something that had occurred earlier that put you in that state?
Sometimes we see people that are in a time of crisis, terrible events happen in their life, and things can get inexplicable from there for a little bit.
It really
Seems like it could be decent enough to me. Did something just go right for you that you're just walking around people's houses? Like, it just, that's what doesn't add up, just.
I only walked into that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, so that house.
Yes, I only have a special lunch, I guess, to go on to it.
What was he telling me?
And then, I was. Talk anymore.
Do you want me to let where you live?
At work.
Do you, want me to talk with, find out who's handling that case so that you can get their discount? Would you do that?
Do you think that I could provide good information?
I really do. I think that's the first thing to do.
I suppose I could help if that would alleviate hunger.
That's,
Conscious.
We would really appreciate it.
and I appreciate you listening. I know I'm in the pattern, but your honesty, obviously, that's such great. And that's what gives to peace. So, if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, talk about, but,
Yes, sir.
I'll say a prayer for you, man.
I'm in due diligence to talk to God about, my neighbors, make sure they're okay. No,
it's not wrong to, because I think that God will reach out to you, thank you, that's, and little, we so thankful.
We get so,
I be able to trust them. I really want to trust. Security and trust.
Well, good sound better.
I always felt like I was trying to promote trustworthiness as a person. I'm saying it's one of the most valuable things. Sure.
Well, I'm gonna give you that to feel on God, and, hopefully he speaks to you.
I mean, he's significant, lost my life. I deserve to live in it.
I have a hunch that he's gonna talk to you right now, when I have this one. And I think maybe you'll have something to help us, help somebody and help that child. I mean, I think that's what we're doing, is we work for you to help that.
Right, now, we can talk about possibly witnessing for security or just for evidence or just
to help them, find out who did this. So, all right, well, we'll go work on that, and I'll leave you, make sure it's quiet here so that, yeah.
absolutely. All right.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 18:31 and 33 seconds. Now, Detective, we kind of previously talked about how you spoke with Cobb County, and just for record purposes, sorry. font's very small, so I was gonna come up here and point. Now, down here on the video, what is the current time? You can go. All right, what is the current time of when y'all left the interview room?
That was 6:31 p.m.
Okay, and so then, at some point after 6:31, does Cobb County detectives, come and interview Mr. Lanz here in the same room?
Yes,
And was that recorded as well?
it was.
And through the same system in segments like we've seen
Yes,
with your testimony?
that's correct.
Now, I want to ask just a couple of questions about the burglary case itself. Were you the lead detective in that?
I was.
Now, were you tasked with trying to locate the defendant's vehicle that you heard about in the interview?
Yes.
Now, was back up one question. Were you able to identify the type of vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
So through public record searches and through law enforcement databases, I and our intel analysts were able to determine that it was a 2018 Lexus sedan.
And that sedan, was that able to be located?
It was. Once we identified the vehicle, we were able to use those same databases to identify a license plate number. And we used searchable license plate reader systems to get an idea that the vehicle was somewhere in the location of Northside Drive and New Northside Drive.
Now, was that car specifically found?
It was.
And where was it specifically found?
And outside of 5665 New Northside Drive.
Now, in relation to the 90 Cameron Glen house, where was that car located?
If you were to follow the roads walking, it would be about 1.5 miles.
Now, is it a shorter distance if you would walk through the woods?
Yes.
Now, once that vehicle was located, what did you do next?
So the officers that located the vehicle impounded it and had it towed to our headquarters, and then I obtained a search warrant through Fulton County Magistrate Court to search that vehicle for any evidence that might link Mr. Lanz or the vehicle to our crime here in Fulton County.
And so was the vehicle taken from its location on New Northside Drive to a location?
Yes.
And where is that location?
So at Sandy Springs Police, we had a secured impound cage for processing vehicles behind our detective's office. It was dropped in that cage.
Now, is that the same location where you had interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes, same building.
Right. Now, were photographs taken of that vehicle?
There were.
Now, as it pertains to this case here, after that point, did you have any other additional involvement?
No, I didn't. I passed off the search warrant to the investigators that executed that, and I passed off the rest of the case to Cobb County. My only involvement was taking out the Fulton County arrest warrants.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Barrier. Is there any cross for Sergeant Ito? Okay, you may proceed.
Did you actually search the vehicle after it was located?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, was that Cobb County that did the search?
I know that Detective Tomlin with Sandy Springs took lead on that. Tomlin, Tomlin. And I believe Cobb County worked hand in hand with him on that, but I wasn't part of it, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you given any information about anything that was found, any trace evidence found in the home?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
No glass shards in the vehicle on the floorboard or anything of that nature that you know of?
Not that I can think of right now, no, sir.
And I think you already indicated you don't know what time exactly the Cobb County Police arrived, right?
That's correct.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any Horowitz, is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection? All right, Sergeant, you're excused, and thank you. Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Charlie.
All right, I think it might be a good time for a break. No matter, I would afford to give everybody an opportunity for a break. Let's come back.
Testimony about to give the court on the issue, not taking, shall be the truth,
Voila.
the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank
Gotta
you. Please
bend,
be
gotta
seated.
vote.
Once you are seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Detective Peter Dwyer, Peter Dwyer.
Great, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dwyer, how are you employed?
I currently work for the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How many years have you been with Sandy Springs Police?
I started in 2016, so just under 10.
Hungry.
And what is your role with Sandy Springs Police?
I currently am assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
As a detective?
You're correct.
How many years total have you been in law enforcement?
It's going to be just under 13 years. I started with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
I am.
Excellent. I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2021. Were you with Sandy Springs Police Department at that time?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to get called out to 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Atlanta?
It's the Sandy Springs address, but yes, I was made aware of an incident that occurred there.
Okay, and at that time, when you were made aware of that incident, were you in some sort of training?
I was in a training class at the Roswell.
Okay, did they ask you to respond to the scene?
That's correct. My supervisor requested me and another detective leave training and respond to the scene due to the nature of the incident.
Once you responded to the scene, where was your attention drawn, or what did you start to do?
I was first responded to headquarters where we received the assignment to go see if we could locate the suspect's vehicle. We were made aware one of our officers had been injured in an incident, and they believe the suspect's vehicle would be parked nearby.
Were you given information as to the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what type of vehicle it
I
was?
don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. Where did you start your search for the vehicle?
I believe I started somewhere in the neighborhood where the incident occurred, and I kind of worked my way out.
And why is it that, I guess, explain for the court what type of investigation you held in trying to determine where this car was located?
Sure. At that time, I was assigned to the street crimes unit where we track pattern criminal activity. And we had a rash of burglaries at that time. We were also working. And so I believe more than likely those burglars were used for parking in streets nearby and crossing through woods to get to homes.
So did you think that the incident you were responding to was potentially related to this other string of burglaries that you were working?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Obviously, in the end, did it have any relationship whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Nonetheless, because you were working this other string of burglaries, where did you conduct your search?
So I ended up conducting my search along New Northside Drive, just off Interstate 285. The woods in that neighborhood backed up to that area, and they were pretty decent sized woods, but I believe it was possible that the suspect could have gone to the woods to get to those homes. I apologize.
Thank you. And is that kind of what you had seen with this other string of burglaries, is walking through woods to a different location to where they would park their vehicles?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state 675 and previously shown to defense counsel. Have you seen this map previously?
I have.
And did you recognize the map?
I do.
How is it that you recognize the map?
This is the western edge of the city of Sandy Springs.
And does it include both the location in which you found the vehicle as well as the incident location?
It includes both.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and those two addresses?
It is.
This time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 675 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state 675 is admitted.
And may published.
Yes.
And that little screen in front of you should be showing the same image here. So what is this highway that we see kind of in the center of the picture?
It's labeled a perimeter, but that's Interstate 285.
Okay. And then you mentioned New Northside Drive. What was the exact address of where you ended up locating the suspect vehicle?
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac that I don't know if you can see it. Sorry.
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There is a small cul-de-sac in that area that where the woods, where it starts where the woods begin, and the vehicle was located along that area.
And how close is this 5665 New Northside Drive to the 285?
It's right off the interstate, like, I mean, less than a quarter mile.
Now, if you were to be on foot, are you able to walk more directly from 5665 New Northside Drive to 90 Cameron Berlin Drive?
Yes, you cross the woods.
Now, we also see that there's this little body of water here. Is that something that you can just kind of hop over?
I believe it's a creek. I don't remember the size of the creek though.
Now, when you found this vehicle, and let me back up. Did the vehicle that you did it match the vehicle that you were looking for?
Yes.
Was it the same make, model, and license plate number?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine whether whether the vehicle was able to be operated?
No, looked like it appeared to have been abandoned or left there at that point.
And so what did you do?
I requested our tow truck company, which is ATO, and I just kept watching the vehicle until the tow truck company responded.
Did you enter the vehicle in any way before it was towed?
No.
Once the tow truck arrived on scene, were they able to attach the vehicle to the tow truck?
I believe so, yes.
And where was the car towed?
It was towed to police headquarters.
Did you follow the tow truck?
I did.
And once the vehicle was then at police headquarters, was it kind of turned over to a different detective for getting a search warrant and searching the vehicle?
That is correct.
From there, after you followed the tow truck to police headquarters, where did you go?
I responded back to police headquarters, obviously with the vehicle, and then I was requested to go to North Fulton to sit with the accused.
And when you say North Fulton, is that a hospital facility?
Yeah. North Fulton is a hospital up in the city of Roswell.
So at that point in time, was Mr. Lanz already at the North Fulton Hospital?
That is correct.
Now, when you're at a hospital, are you even able to get any information as to what drugs someone may be prescribed or given during that day?
No, they don't typically give that information out.
Nonetheless, did you stay at the hospital until he was released?
I did.
Was he released that same day?
He was.
From there, were you part of the transport team that was responsible for Mr. Lanz?
I was.
From the hospital, where did you transport him?
He was transported to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Was that for purposes of the interview?
For interview and then so we could pick up paperwork to transport to jail.
And then once you were at headquarters, did you stand by at headquarters?
I did.
Were you intimately aware of or watching all of his interviews?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Nonetheless, were you asked to just stay there until all of the police interviews were done so that your team could have him transported to the jail?
Yes, we stood by until we were requested to finish the transport to Fulton County Jail.
And who else were you with that day?
Detective Donaldson.
And is that Donelson?
Donelson, that's correct.
So after he was through at headquarters, were you and Donaldson responsible for getting him safely from headquarters to the jail?
That is correct.
And that jail was at Fulton County?
That is Fulton County Jail, correct.
Did you put him into the patrol car?
Yes.
Whose patrol car was he inside of?
He was transported in Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle.
He was transported.
In Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle?
And was that patrol car equipped with audio and video?
It was.
All right, is that the patrol car video that you've seen previously?
It is.
And prior to testifying, did you review the entirety of that patrol car video?
I did.
All right, and are you actually at least heard getting him into that vehicle?
Correct.
All right, and are you also then at the Fulton jail and assisting getting him out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And the timestamps of that transport, was that all accurate to encompass the entirety of the transport from when you put him into the vehicle until he was taken out of Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
All right, and is that all fair and accurate recording of his time inside Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender states 469 into evidence, which is the in-car video from Detective Donaldson's vehicle depicting Mr. Lanz.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 469 is admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and we will jump forward to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. And before we get started, any responding voice that we hear, is that Detective Donaldson's voice?
That is correct.
So for the record, we are starting this 5 minutes and 48 seconds into this vehicle. The timestamp on the video is November 20th, 2021, I apologize, at 1:29 a.m.
Did you see how close that neck shot was to brainstorming me? Bro, that shit probably should have just happened on God. I'm just saying, bro, like, even though I know in my heart it was that justified observation, I still feel pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in that baby's belly. I still feel terrible about knowing that there was a baby in that woman's body. Bro, is that true? Was she pregnant? With twins? I'm just saying, dude, like, was the lady pregnant? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe.
stopping that at 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording, the timestamp on the video being 1:32 and 44 seconds. Now, Detective Dwyer, do you recall whether you or Donaldson had any knowledge or intimate details of the Cobb County murders at that point in time?
At that point in time, I do not believe we did. I mean, we may have been aware Cobb County was at our police department, but I don't think we had any information on why or what it was related to at that point.
All right, now, I want to go back momentarily. During any point in time from the time that you spent with Mr. Lanz at the hospital, the time you spent with him transporting him to headquarters, getting him into Donaldson's vehicle at headquarters, getting him out of the vehicle at the Fulton County Jail, during any of that time period, did you have concerns that he was under the influence, drunk or high, any indicators such as that?
I didn't have any concerns he was under the influence at that point. I mean, I assume at the hospital they gave him some type of pain medication, but he didn't seem under the influence to me.
And did you notice any sort of inability to walk or stand or falling asleep unexpectedly or anything along those lines?
No, I mean, he had followed instructions. He stood up. I mean, he walked into the jail on his own power. I mean, he didn't stumble. I saw no issue there.
Very good. And do you see Mr. Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a neon, I think, green jumpsuit with longer hair.
Let the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, sir?
And approximately how far was it from where you found the automobile to the incident location?
Are you talking driving or as the crow flies?
Probably one who was walking. How far would that be?
I couldn't guess how far it was. I'm not very good at math, I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, under a couple miles, though, under.
And you indicated that there was some damage to the vehicle?
I don't recall if I indicated that or not. In my report, did I?
Yeah, what was wrong with the vehicle that was abandoned?
It just appeared abandoned on the side of a road.
Okay. No damage to it? Didn't know whether it ran out of gas, it was just abandoned?
Not that I recall, I don't recall.
Now, the video that we just saw started at 5:48. Was there any conversation before 5:48?
I was not present in that vehicle. I was following directly behind.
Okay. But you listened to the video, you didn't?
I did.
Was there any conversation that you heard or you gleaned from
I
that
don't recall any
video?
conversation prior to that.
Okay. What about after 8:42? Did you glean any conversations after 8:42?
I believe he questioned once we entered the jail complex, he questioned whether it was jail or prison. And I think that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions during any of the time he was there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And did Officer Donaldson, did he ask him any questions either?
I didn't hear Detective Donaldson ask any questions.
All right, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank
All right,
you.
may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
There you are.
Okay, Detective Dwyer, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe. State, you may call your next witness.
State called Detective LeVan Mason.
Now pending, shall be the truth.
Seated if you would.
First name is Levan, L-E-V as in Victor, A-N. Last name is Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed. 88 Green.
Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Cobb County Police Department with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit
How many years have you been with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
since 2014.
And how many years total have you been law enforcement?
22 and change, I guess.
22 years?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
Yes.
What are the primary job responsibilities as a detective with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
Just handling most of what the devices that come to us and just getting digital evidence from be it phones, computers, video surveillance, just wherever digital evidence is needed for cases.
Wonderful. Since we'll be talking about phone extractions, that's where I want to focus. What is a phone extraction?
It's, well, if we have a cell phone that's brought to us, we use proprietary software and hardware to interface with the phone and make copies basically of the information that's on the phone as it's brought to us.
And is some of that proprietary software Celebrite?
It is.
All right, and is Celebrite approved by industry standards?
Yes.
And what specifically does Celebrite do?
It goes, well, it interfaces with the phone and basically makes a copy of the file system on the phone and packages it in such a way that we can move it from point A to point B, and then we drag it into Celebrite software that decodes, parses everything out, and basically puts it in a format where you can see the categories of everything that's on the phone.
Very good. Have you received any specialized training specifically or certification with Celebrite to be able to use Celebrite for purposes of phone extractions?
Yes, have been certified with Celebrite since, I want to say 2015, just after joining you.
Wonderful. And how many extractions on average do you perform each month?
A month, probably in the teens.
Okay. And then over the course of your career, just a rough estimate of how many phone extractions you've performed?
I would say hundreds, possibly into the thousands, but hundreds definitely.
You kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how many steps are there? If we really just boil it down to layman's terms, how many steps are there in the phone extraction process?
You plug the phone into basically a data port. The software interacts with the phone, runs background algorithms that are proprietary to Celebrite to actually communicate with the phone and copy that data from it. And then after that, the data that's extracted goes into a proprietary file that only Celebrite's software can read. That file goes into their software, and then it parses everything out. So maybe 2 or 3 steps total.
And when that data is parsed out and put into a readable format through Celebrite, are you able to manipulate any of the data within?
No.
Okay, and is it an exact copy of the data that exists on the phone?
Correct.
All right, now, are there times that you're not able to get certain categories of data or what's called a full extraction?
Depending on what type of extraction you get, what type of phone it is, what type of, background programming that the Celebrite software actually interacts with the phone and what it's able to glean from that phone. That is correct, yes.
Certainly, when you have a brand new iPhone, is it harder to get full extractions from it?
Yes.
Now, is there anyone with your same background and certification through Celebrite able to repeat the steps that you conduct and achieve the same results or the same extraction?
Yes.
Now, once you've put this into readable format through Celebrite, what do you typically do with the phone extraction?
The phone extraction is usually, well, there's a report generated from it, which is the reader report that you mentioned that usually goes to the investigator or whoever's actually looking into the case so that they can look at the contents of the phone and see what's pertinent to their case. But we store the extraction itself and then generate a report that goes to the investigator so they can use that for the investigation.
Okay, very good. Did you perform 2 phone extractions in this case?
I did.
And the phones that you extracted, did you use Celebrite specifically to perform those extractions?
Yes, for both of them, yes.
All right, and were those the devices that belonged to Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
All right, first I'm going to show you state 605 here, which has already been tendered and admitted. Was this Amber Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
All right, and then state 606 again, which has already been tendered. Was this Justin Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
And where did you actually get these devices from?
I responded to the initial scene after the incident was being investigated and crime scene techs were working the scene, and they actually collected those phones from the scene and turned them directly over to me and transported them back to the office for analysis.
Okay, and was that for purpose of expediting this investigation?
Yes.
All right, did you conduct this same process of plugging it into Celebrite, allowing it to extract the data and then put it into readable format that you previously described for the court?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you go back and look at your phone extractions for both of these devices?
Yes,
Right, and are those phone extractions the phone extractions that you performed on State's Exhibit 605 and 606?
yes,
Right, and has anything been manipulated or changed?
couldn't be, no.
And I was gonna get to that. Can you even manipulate and change it?
No.
All right, very good. So at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 472 into evidence, which is on the master drive. That is Amber Hicks's phone extraction, as well as State's Exhibit 473, which is on the master drive and is Justin Hicks's phone extraction.
Any objection is to 472?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection is to Exhibit 473?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 472 and 473 are admitted.
Now, in this particular case, did you personally go through the contents of those devices and analyze the data found within?
No.
Was
No
that
analysis, other than confirming that the phone was the phone that belonged to the person that we believed it belonged to.
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to confirm that it was in fact Amber Hicks's phone and Justin Hicks's phone?
Correct, yes.
Okay, beyond that, did you provide the phone extractions to Detective Stannard to look at in detail and analyze?
Yes,
Right. Did that pretty much conclude your direct involvement in this case?
yes.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for Detective Mason?
Just one question. Did you do anything else at the scene there on November the 18th?
There was, I did assist with some of the video canvassing with working different houses in the area as far as seeing if anybody had any video that was active and pertinent to the case.
And did you do any of the work
Two questions.
on that after that were obtained from the various homes?
That, the video evidence that we did have was turned over to one of our other detectives that was basically analyzing that, the video data kind of en masse.
Was that Detective Smith?
Yes,
But your job at that point was collecting them and then giving them.
identifying who had video and actually getting it to a place where he could actually look at it, yes.
Did you do anything else in relation to that?
There was a couple of other devices that were in the house that, well, it was kind of a search of the house to see if there was anything else pertinent to video that was in the house, but there was nothing else that was found that actually was capturing the video other than just gathering the phones.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Thank you. Detective Mason, excused. So thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe.
Stay safe, judge's order.
Go back to do lunch.
Sergeant
No, we
Jason
didn't.
Carter.
We did lunch, bro. I skipped through it. And,
Oh, they've already done lunch.
Mhm. I'm pretty sure we did lunch here, yeah. 2:40. Yeah, that was lunch. I think. No, that wasn't long enough to be lunch. What time is it right now? 1. So maybe they did lunch here. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they did
Yeah,
lunch.
there's
Oh
lunch.
no. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, they're back.
it's okay.
Whew.
That was close.
Anxiety is real.
Vicky just came back, tried to pretend she'd been here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her sitting down, sliding across the room in her chair. I'm just kidding.
Sitting here, just, yeah.
What'd you think about the ladies' phone records that we just saw?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
We didn't see them.
We did. I wasn't paying any attention.
We didn't see him. I was just trying to trick you.
Oh, it's like she's got phone records? Who's got phone records?
No, that was some Celebrite guy or some guy talking about her. We didn't see anything though, as far as I could remember.
Yeah, he was talking about the Celebrite phone extraction.
Yeah.
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 Celebrate. Just, whatever you call it.
Mhm.
That.
We know Ian Whiffen. Just write that down somewhere. He's our best friend. And he created everything about cell phones.
And he's from Manchester in England. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
The correct legal name for the record.
For the record. I love the way she says record.
Jasonharder.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, how are you employed?
Cobb County Police Department
And how many years have you been with Cobb County Police Department?
since 2007.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant with the technology-based crimes.
How many years have you been the sergeant over technology-based crimes?
August 2022.
And did you have previous experience with technology-based crimes?
Yes.
Right. And how many years prior were you a detective with technology-based crimes unit?
July of 2017 till, I believe it was March of 2022.
Right, very good. So a number of years, was that 8 years or so, working specifically with technology-based crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, as a sergeant with technology-based crimes, do you still have the skill set? Are you still responsible for performing things like phone extractions or forensic video acquisition and analysis when needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I want to jump right in. We've heard a little bit about Celebrate, but I want to talk to you about Gray Key. What is Gray Key?
Gray Key is an advanced tool that came on the market about 2019 roughly, and it has the capability of performing advanced actions with various devices.
Is it similar in nature to Celebrate in terms of being able to extract data off of a phone?
Yes.
And are there times that you actually use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the purpose would be in using both softwares?
With Gray Key is very specific on what it can acquire at that time, which was a file system. If you wanted to do anything with a SIM card, perform an advanced logical or anything like that, you had to move over to Celebrate to perform those extractions.
I'll jump right into this particular case where you asked to perform a cell phone extraction in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and how many cell phones were you asked to extract?
One.
Okay, and do you remember what type of device it was?
Apple iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 665. Do you recognize State 665?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize State 665?
That is the item number as well as the physical device, had the cracked screen, and same as the photos I took.
I'm sorry.
Same as the photos that I had taken from our report.
And so is 665 the actual physical device that you extracted in this case?
Yes.
All right, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 665 into evidence.
An objection? State 665 is admitted.
And while, just to be clear, did you originally collect this evidence from where it was located?
No.
All right, was it provided to you for purposes of the phone extraction?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to the owner of this particular device?
I believe it was the suspect in the case.
Is that Matthew Lanz?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, for this particular device, did you have to use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
We use Gray Key for the file system as well as Celebrate, I believe, for the SIM extractions.
And in using both of the software programs, were you able to obtain a relatively complete phone extraction from the device?
Yes, on what we could acquire.
And when you say
On what we could acquire. Sorry.
And when you say on what we could acquire, can you explain that a little bit further for the court?
When we talk about data collection, it's what's available at the time we're able to collect it. There used to be different.
The answer to this is yes.
Yeah. I don't know about these.
Huh?
Banana nut bread. Nuts. I'm never going to have that.
Okay, because of nuts, you're allergic to nuts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn. Well, you don't have to have the nuts in it. It's good. It's good either way. Have you had banana bread before?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I don't really like bananas. Banana flavored things. I do eat banana based things, but I can't eat bananas raw. Just.
Well, this is a banana-based thing.
I know it is. I can eat the banana bread. Just saying.
What about potato cheddar soup? I'm so hungry right now. Sounds amazing. I want to make some fall-like food, even though it's not cool.
Oh, it's perfect weather for that kind of food here. Perfect.
And maybe not soup, huh? Well, that sounds amazing. At least do banana bread. I had
Yeah,
some
make
of
the
them.
banana bread, definitely. Oh,
Yeah.
it's going to be so sweet if no one's eating those bananas. Those are nice and really ripe. Mm. Tasty.
Mhm. Let's go.
Extraction types where you can get the entire end-to-end data from a device, but that changed around iPhone 4, where it went to you can only get certain data sets from phones due to the developer securities and things that nature.
Hold on. Did this picture shock you?
It made me giggle.
Hmm. Not a favorite. Not a fan of it.
See you. It's not a good look.
Limited the tools that we had. So at that time, we're only able to do a file system.
Now, did you successfully extract the file system?
Yes.
In the file system that you did successfully extract, is all of that content true and accurate copies of what would be on the physical device itself?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look
Cheers.
at the copy of your phone extraction that you performed?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that that is a true and accurate copy of the extraction that you personally handled?
Yes, it was.
At this time, state moves to tender states exhibit 471 into evidence, which is defendant Matthew Lanz's phone extraction, which is contained on the state's master drive.
Is there any objection to states 471?
No, Your Honor, that's not.
Thank you. Exhibit 471 is admitted.
Now, do you always personally go through phone extractions, or is it kind of a case-by-case basis?
Case by case.
In this particular case, what did you do after you extracted the data from Matthew Lanz's device?
Brought it in a physical analyzer, generated a reader report, and provided that to the requesting detective.
Okay. Was that detective standard in this case?
Yes, it was.
Very good. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no way.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
All right.
All right, Detective Hardy may step down, sir. Thank you. Have a good day and stay safe.
In court on the issue, now please shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Name
truth.
is Zachary, last name Stannard.
Right, may I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime related investigations, so burglaries, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security unit. Actually, misspoke. I then went to the Organized Crime Investigations unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
In Crimes Against Persons unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
Very good. Are you post-certified?
I am.
And how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
I want to direct your attention to November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our precinct 1 area in Ackworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
Was that 5059 Virginia Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers to kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a walk around the house as I'm speaking with patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered some forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically, when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you would see in burglary investigations.
Do you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons in the house. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared that things had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, if you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He'd appeared to have, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt on one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing, but I cannot tell where all the shots were on her body.
So at that time, when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, one shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. One shell casing was located underneath like a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then one shell casing was sorry, I have to think about that. The third shell casing, I may have to check my notes.
That's right. We'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. This has, from my recollection, at hardwood. So shell casings can roll on a hard surface if it's something like grass or has some foliage, some shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes, and in terms of the house, we were looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casing that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, and to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe, but they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position.
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the two of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you would expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so we had to look under things, look behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under a trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took up the carpet. They had like a rug underneath the couch. We removed that. I mean, we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find the additional shell casings.
So it sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of that house, we looking behind every nook and cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can't recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your little pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off. It was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door?
Can you say that again?
What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, but the first thing I did was send what we call preservation requests to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we even got the 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, those images would have been gone.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hicks's residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there weren't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the Crimes Against Persons office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extraction?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't know the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were this?
I mean, we would just hold up the phone. There'd be another detective with me. We would just scroll through the text and read them.
I guess, did you put it in airplane then?
Oh, yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, or someone could like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those 2 devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time I got there. No one could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those tests?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
And obviously that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yeah, so another thing we'll do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
It's Justin Hicks's watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Yep. Any objection to State 660? It's admitted.
May publish.
Yes.
All right, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped the Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door if you were facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior near like the like washroom and an interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during our investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 5050 Verbena, we watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment 1 image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch would not show me the image, and then we sent that legal process, like I said, to Nest, and that data had been overwritten.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the timeframes there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
From video footage, we saw them arrive home around 7:07 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m., was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m. last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes. That was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
Okay, and so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones.
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, I want to show you State 661 here. Do you recognize State 661?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hicks' phone. Two other individuals in this group chat with her.
Is that a fair and accurate Cellbrite reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State is Contender State 661 in evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm gonna have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared they were setting up maybe a get together where they would go out to eat, hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It does. It'll be in the bottom right hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She sends, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
Then November 17th, 2021 at 9:56 with 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message from that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So just to kind of explain, when you love or like a text message, you have to actually put your finger on the text message, hold the text message down. The little indicator pops up, and then you hit the heart. So that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber.
And so were there other messages and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks' phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on State 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
So what does that tell you of kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last known moment of life that we could establish.
and 9:59 PM, how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 PM window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity, heart rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks's phone.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks's phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State News to Tender State 662 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 662 is admitted.
Now, if we look at kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
So I'm gonna go back to page 8 of State 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, there are. Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of State's 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47 and 4 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff were not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47 and 4 seconds, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
It would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
Will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yes, so you had the one at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds. The next one would have been 6:27 a.m. and 49 seconds. And the last one would be 6:43 a.m. and 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds as well as the distance traveled.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, was that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct, sorry.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks's device found within the home?
Justin Hicks's device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you would see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks's phone was found?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items?
Don't recall the specific toy that was on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate though.
All right, now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay, looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time frame that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs to play with toys, we believe that that was the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
So this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at state 663 here, do you recognize state 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks's mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th of 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender state 663 into evidence.
State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34 seconds?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box that had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
That where it says your Carter's order?
Correct, it was a Carter's box of his child's clothing.
Right, next, looking at state 664 here. Do you recognize state 664?
I do.
How do you recognize state 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
Is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender states exhibit 664 into evidence.
State 664 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the kind of the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, what was the date of that?
It was September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, by the time like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the.
What day, sorry?
Oh, sorry, November 19th.
Okay,
2021, correct.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back into work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor at Sandy Springs. Sandy Springs analyst had contacted the office to let us know that They had just placed an individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual was later identified as Matthew Scott Lanz, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 50/50 Verbena?
Yes, and had seen some things on the news or wanted to relay that to us.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lanz that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lanz.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident where the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
Right now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lanz there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to a hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it, but I know it was transported to the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene off camera.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all of these items before you testified as well?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
So do you recognize date 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lanz's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there and the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
Statement contender states 687 through 707.
State 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Were photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, that's pretty standard.
State 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia Tech CGI 9767.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
It's a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
This is the back seat of the vehicle. There's a green backpack observed in the back seat.
State 699. That is either that same backpack.
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 700. What is it that was being depicted in state 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in the glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed at the end cap, it was pointed at the end, and I found this
I'm sorry, you have to say.
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items I had carried even back on patrol to break windows. Usually have carry a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident, someone's trapped, we would have a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our scene.
Is that what we're looking at in state 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture, you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out into a point. There were some scuff marks around the edges.
And state 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in state 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple mobile device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in state 706?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what are we looking at in state 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was the search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Coconut?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department. And then at a later date, got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at state 665, which was already admitted? Is state 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707?
Yes, this is the mobile device.
Now, while did Mr. Lanz get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview?
I did.
So was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 665?
it has already been admitted, so I would just start going back.
To there, okay.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lanz already read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the Cobb incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lanz was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda's in that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he had been read his rights, And he replied, yes. Then he asked him, did you understand that?
And was based on his response to, did you understand your rights? Was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have a conversation with you all?
Yes.
Right. Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of the conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No, ma'am.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
And that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, even though there was chunks of clips, it was a continuance, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, Mr. Senator State's Exhibit 474 in the evidence.
Judge will object to that under the same grounds that we objected prior. It was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped to the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Tri County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign a Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about wanting to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk with him about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
Say your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually started to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lanz knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them. And he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time did he invoke his rights, and clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point you on to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, Your Honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that
I paused it and just looked Get a little forward. It look like we're gonna watch it.
Okay. Let's watch
So
it.
welcome to Shitty Audio 3.0. I'm sure it's not gonna be great.
Potato audio.
Potato audio, yeah.
Yeah.
Just pretend we know what he's saying. I've been writing notes in case anybody asks.
Good. Yay. Okay.
I'm expert lip reader.
That's right.
I went to class for that. I got pepper sprayed for that. That's a lie.
It was not voluntarily given in this case. I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which is very normal to take officers. There are any.
You all approach one for me.
What are they looking at? That looks scary.
Wow, he's got 4 guys around. 4?
Big ones.
He also stabbed a cop, so they probably fucking hate this guy and his stupid fucking brother who killed a cop. Huh? No, he did also. When they went to pick him up that morning, he stabbed the cop and he got shot twice. That's what he was saying. He's like, you guys almost got my brainstem or whatever the fuck he said.
Dang.
He told his parents he stabbed a cop, he was shot, he's fine. He's gonna be fine, he's up walking around. That's the first thing they told him about this. So maybe these cops are just waiting for him to step on the other side of that yellow line. Punk his ass.
Crazy. I don't think I trust him either.
I'm pretty sure I just made a sad face with my ear. Oh. I get it.
Oh.
Stop.
Okay, let's fast forward. What am I doing staring at this weirdo?
I know. Viewing the video, the court makes a determination based on the totality of the circumstances that a Miranda warning should have been reread. The court will then make a decision on whether or not it can consider that portion of the interview in evidence. So you may publish the video.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is labeled as disc 2, video 2, and it will begin with a timestamp of 19, 15, and 25 seconds.
It's not funny, guys. Get your shit together.
Our spot. All right, Your Honor, sorry, we missed our spot, so it will be 19, 15, and 12 seconds.
Thank you.
You know, maybe we should change how we're read our Miranda rights. Like maybe they should say for the entirety of your life, forever from this moment forward, before you got here and after you leave, you will always have the right to remain silent. So in case they fucking walk out of the room, this idiot knows his rights.
Oh.
Something like that.
Not a bad idea.
Because like I let you know, you said you understand, and then part of that was like, and they don't end just because you blink or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. And you've already agreed to talk to this next set of cops, so. What?
It totally was. Listen, if he's my celly, he's getting plucked the first night. That doesn't mean what you might think it means, Squabble.
Pluck those hairs.
Yes, are anything else you guys, directors? Dehydrated today? Sorry, you need anything else? I need some other drink? I'm Ted Jackson, Texas Hair, and I really appreciate talking to this. I mean, you might see something here in the house last night. We're working on everybody.
working on a murder that happened in Akron. I think we were there last time, I've seen something. Yeah, we also do this in the answer prayers. We've been trying to wrap our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, our 6-year-old prayed to be like, oh, Daddy, hope he gets all his days. Yeah, me too. Man, like I said, I think I have some information up.
All right, and that's the end of that portion of disc 2, video 2. So it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
Allegedly.
This is our this is our here again, because the same springs out, that's why you right see.
Yes,
You understand all that?
I was trying to help the lieutenant to be able to leave soon and they'll call my lawyer and talk to me about it. Just have to.
Wait, what?
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the story to,
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about what happened afterwards. You want to talk to us about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their life on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was harassed by the neighbors. Yeah, it's not something I really want to go into because it caused a lot of issues.
Okay, we don't have to talk about what's going on, not something like that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. We know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found. We got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
It would have been left Athens at around
9 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home about 10:30-ish. And then slept in the car for about 15 minutes.
Cheers.
I went back for a cigarette. Saw the light on.
Okay.
Trying to go my back door to the home because we got to sleep at home. And it was locked all around front. I just didn't go. And then I just left because I was so really tired.
Okay. So you think that's
So 9 to about 11:30 when I got back in.
Okay, so do you think it was not as well as your shirt from Athens?
My shirt from Athens, that.
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house, or hearings?
I mean, I would say maybe the lights would have been freaking out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit, and I just said I looked more on my eye, and it's not like to leave somewhere else, family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they cause a lot of issues, my brother. And just not something. I thought. That's all.
I'm sorry. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
That's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom to the gym for a minute. I didn't hear anything wrong there. There's no rational thing.
What's your mom's name?
Distracted.
Yeah. We're just gonna talk to everybody, it's just recent. We're gonna try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood, like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case, I mean, I understand the same springs has to be your religious family.
Well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus, I like to use it as like empower myself.
Okay.
What?
Spiritual.
Oh, of course.
Be able to
That reminds me of that meme. What is it like? I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. It's like, be more specific, bitch. The demons are spiritual too. That they must believe. That's not what he just said. I don't really know. I gotta hear it again.
Well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus. You know, I like to use it to like empower myself.
Okay.
In spiritual way.
Okay.
You know, apologize, right? My personality flaws, I don't think you should dress up.
Without that, yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, most of the cases where it's a drug deal on that or some kind of AD or something like that. And this, I mean, this is it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They haven't even told their family that they're expecting. They were planning a review party in a couple weeks. They just called pictures.
Yeah, how cute.
Review party and said everybody she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood. Like he had put toys on his parents.
Oh, this one,
Yeah, his son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, I mean, like, besides, like, the light and flickering and, like, making them know that, and between this last little window, there's just a light scene. Well, that's really all that I saw.
I think that was about 10:45. What time did you leave to Athens?
It would have been probably 11, 15 minutes.
Okay. Did you usually see suspicious cars? You had neighbors in the home?
No. It was pretty bad. Really hard. You know, by the time I left, I hadn't heard anything behind me after there, and then off driving away.
Do you think that was the first moment that he, realized that the baby was upstairs and came down and all of that? Or do you? Yeah.
Oh, is it? I thought they told him in the last interview.
Oh, they did.
I didn't hear him say it, but he kind of reacts to it like, "Oh shit, that didn't make sense." And up until now, I think when they were mentioning the baby, he thought she was pregnant, and I think in this moment he's like, "Oh," because the guy says they hadn't even told their family she was pregnant yet. So either she was
pregnant?
But how would this fucking kid know? I think maybe he hears about the baby in the story and thinks she's pregnant, not realizing he left an alive baby behind. I don't know. I'm totally guessing on this.
Yeah, because it's hard to hear the audio for one thing.
Yeah. But his reaction, it's like, yeah, you did that, dude. I wish Trump would have shown up with a big ass bandage on his ear like that. That's all I've been thinking.
That seems really quiet.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever went to. Historically, there's been car bombings, but like not even anything that
just like how you were into night.
Yeah, it's like night stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before.
Or anything about just like,
no, I would say, I would just say, you know, historically there's been, you know, just listening or, you know, regular mischief type scene or
so the process we're just trying to figure out he just his dad should after. And I was an issue before she was in his show too. And a lot of times like things you don't think that matter or small details you don't think matter, you just think a big deal to us. So there's
No, I mean, just say that you think, like, hey, this is computer now, big deal. It might be a big deal to us. Sometimes you might say a little something after us, and somebody else says something else, and you put that together. So, if there's anything you can remember, even if it's insignificant, it would be helpful. I suppose that energy is not to fall off, because they want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird coincidence too. I can't see anything, so. Just like, that's the worst. I'm getting tired for no reason or anything. I just drive back out. That's a long drive. I know. But I did it anyway. It's I was just gonna say weekend later. What made you decide to go home? I just wanted to go shopping with them. Did you make your mind? I called it that. I was all that. But I didn't know. You had to leave. You said you had to go home. It was locked. Yeah. You didn't leave the door open for you, or did you? No, the door. I had a key, but I just didn't leave it on the front door. But that's literally all that I can go with. That's kind of you said, can you use the back room? I was trying to look the back room. Wow, thinking of this. Did you do anything else out in the back room before you went into the house? No, I just wanted to see around things, kind of getting around and saw that last time. Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house? No, it's like, wasn't my heart really that? How long do you think you're out back or something? I'll smoke. I don't know. It should have been 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 5 minutes is a lot. If you ever got inside your house, you ever went inside the house, you have any further conversation with your mom or your dad? Yeah, you talk over and then you never heard anybody. I don't know if you asked the house, you don't know I had the house. No, not really. She probably heard that. So you show up, sit in your house, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to bed, smoke a cigarette, and then you're all over that. And why did your mom ask you about what happened at the house? I don't know. She kind of just showed up like that over at my apartment, and I was like, why is somebody going to be so like that? And then I had this. And I had a whole sense birthday to her. She went for that right now. They're not the biggest stuff. Like, I didn't really responsibility for yes, you know, she was like that, you know, they keep them and see the restaurants. Did you have a gun with you in Athens or something? No, I didn't take a gun with me. It remained in my room in my apartment. In your apartment? Yeah. Oh, okay. I know you would have your gun with your mom back to the side and I got you in Athens or you talking about something. Yeah, no, it was just oh, okay. Is it in Athens now? No, it's with my parents. Oh, so you had it right back? No, it's and then your mom took it. Yeah. From the Athens? Did you say you're not? The Athens are my drawers. She has them. Did she take it from you? It was actually my dad's suggestion. Okay. Did it was your dad with your mom? Yeah. I forgot. So they both showed up. This, they showed away. And then they snatched your gun up? Yes, but I said it would get back Thursday. Why they snatched your gun? There's not a guns or? Yeah, something like that. So I just said 21. If you're on that, yeah, that's what I told them. Oh, I mean, you can be responsible. That is showed with it. It's a weird thing, like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, they have a historic gun fence.
No.
But, I mean, whatever.
And what was it on here?
Exactly. I say it's
Yeah. You ever go like, do you like, I'm taking a target shooting, but you like,
yeah, I'm ski shooting, I think some target shooting.
so I sure just like shoots.
Go around here and ski shooting, what is it, where it goes down to track shooting?
Yeah, shooting. Good enough.
Good, enjoying training with consultants.
And of course, you know, when we look at videos of this kind of thing, just try to kind of dig into their life and figure out as much as we can.
I'm also in a relationship with a lesbian person, but I don't know. I just don't pursue anything. I don't know.
Say critic, you know.
That's like they were very community related or very together or something. I'm not sure.
Now, I know you said that house might be lit. You know, you don't want to get into it, you brought it in that over there. But do you think the people that live there before could something could happen to somebody else outside your brother? They might harass someone else other than your brother? Or had issues with someone else?
To the people?
No.
The whole people, I mean, no, I don't know, I maybe. I have seen the people that live there before being a little suspect of the lines for no reason. So,
Have you suspected the line?
yeah, I don't know, there's like foot longer than like shine lighters in the window and shit. It's so weird.
The people who live there before
It's so,
you know, some shady stuff.
it must, I don't know, so like off-putting.
You think they did like criminal stuff too?
I wouldn't know. That's something.
I know that stuff was right. We don't have to talk about it. I'm just trying to get an idea of people that used to live there. What kind of, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house and they still live there. Maybe they someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. People also do that pretty fast.
You know all people with that? Yeah.
This is how it must go.
You're pretty early to do that.
And I was trying to think about it because it was so weird.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done it to like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, I think it's like that. They're just so weird, such
Such a good boy. So you think they would have any other
reason.
Yeah,
I don't never really talked to them. They were kind of quiet.
Tell me about the, you said it was flicker lights and stuff. What's that? What was that all about?
I don't know, like if we were in the background at night, just sitting there, they were conscious of getting her attention. And so I feel like, they just turn on for a reason, you know, room, people light on, go for whatever. So,
that light was shining through your house?
no, but it's just, you can see it more backyard.
Yeah. Did you see it when you were inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from the living room.
Do the new people do that house stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that in Athens. It was cool.
I just recall you saying you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking cigarettes.
It might have just flickered, like, moving my periphery or.
And you don't think they were kind of like, that's so sharp here?
Even if they are also often, that's how they anyway, that causes issues.
Your mom ever had issues with flickering the lights?
No, she didn't seem to believe it, but.
Didn't seem to believe what? About the lights?
No, interesting. She was just like, I don't get it.
Wow. Now, was you about something?
Well, I told her that he was probably right about harassing him. Because harassing intentions. I mean, I see people get people that are arrested. Yeah, I see told me, he was like, you know, it's so weird. Wow, yeah. So mom did, and these people weren't arresting you, they were arresting mom. No, I don't think so. They seem to have been very engaged and planned. So a lot of that you know what happened to them? They must have just lived somewhere else. You don't know where. But it's like, my goodness. Yeah, well, it's like satanic. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't really have like suspicion or something like that. I just, you know, we just see all of that every time after half. Getting out of this. Do they have a few more costumes and stuff? Oh, no. Pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So you don't think anybody like George's like considered pretty safe too, but do you think that those old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone kind of over there kill those people? They got wrong, did not do that. I don't know. I don't want to assume what that is. I never saw it, but trying to harass it. Well, the thing is, you know, you grow up in that neighborhood? Yeah, I'm like, all live. Because you know the yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, it's off. Yeah, you know, something's not right. But I don't plan as a 6 cents that because that's a little out there, you know, anyway. So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that? I told them the other officer, like, it probably just got attempted rob them, and then maybe they got scared going in, like, and seeing the people, I don't know, and then they just. These people have like anti-Semitic, like, I don't know. I've never really seen an interior. They have like both sides. Go there. I mean, here, like, there's like, and there's fancy stuff in the house, like fancy cars or all that. So, but that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like, buy that house. You gotta buy that house and all that. I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed easily, I suppose. And that's just like behind ours, so it's more hidden. We're trying to figure it out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it's like a weird thing. Didn't trip us up. So I didn't much. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason or stuff, but I don't know. Unless it's just international. International word? What would be like that? I don't even know, it's just like, someone like. Yeah, what even is the. Some black guy just wanted to break somebody's house. I mean, I see solicitors and all of like auction solicitors with powers or whatever, that's possible. Yeah, solicitors are everywhere. I mean, not in that way, but if you don't, we have this soliciting sign, so it usually works. You think somebody's soliciting in the middle of the night? Okay. That's I don't know, probably not. You ever had a solicitor there, you guys know that? They do it other places. Oh, do you? Where'd you park it? Over there. And, did you see your car front on the street or anything? I think the neighbors were across the road. The neighbor across the road were probably, or they're not gonna be.
Your son, you say that, your son, where's your son, you say?
Just one back there, the hammer. That's our house. And the fence, other houses here, houses over here. Looking at how.
You see if these are house run and
Yeah, that's the other house you see in the windows,
do you know which one that is? Do you have to try to?
It's just above it.
Like they have.
It's just a sense.
Did it just do that on its own?
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
I don't know. That was weird.
Going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, his apartment.
Now live.
And is there that a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct. It
In
is.
that particular exhibit, State's 891, does that show two possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time State moves to tender State's 821 into evidence.
Okay. States 821 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at State's 821 here. And I'm going to zoom in, but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he'd drive all the way back.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There's some speculation swirling around at that time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs, and Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
And so was that at the time that you made that statement to Mr. Lanz a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first that he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the Lanz or to the Hicks property. The statement itself, was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hicks's residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was of my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing. And I just, at that time, suspected it may have been a lighter color or a gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off this person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy to you?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of times?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic. I think maybe the word he used.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Ding, ding, ding.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically lights, I just recall him saying he had a bad, eerie feeling, took a nap, and then drove home.
We want to show you it's marked as 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lanz taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State News Tender states 666 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 666 is admitted.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our own crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them. Yes, I recognize these.
Okay, are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State News to Tender states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
I believe that's a pair of pants.
And now, what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713.
It's also a pair of like sweatpants.
And I don't mean an exact number, but how many like articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here.
A pair of black gloves.
State 721.
Say gray North Face hooded jacket.
And once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off?
That is correct.
State 728.
Some camouflage pants.
State 733.
The another glove to the other right hand.
What's state 737?
It's like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over your like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
State 743.
It's a camouflage mask.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat.
A fishing hat. Is that a
Boonie
fishing hat?
hat.
Maybe not.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
Pair of ugly shoes for girls.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
Those do look like girl shoes.
They were in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Dun dun dun.
Looking at state 556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757.
We do?
A little
Oh, I
bit better
see.
image of that shard of glass.
Yes.
And then state 758. Can it be seen here as well?
Yes, this is.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
State the tender state
It's
767
going to be
in
from the
the
back of a
evidence.
Lexus. Watch.
Objection? Thank you. State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It was just to document the sole of the shoe and show where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close up there?
Yes.
State 764.
This is a different
what are we
piece of
looking at?
glass?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
Maybe.
Can they fit to the window?
It's a good time for us to take a break.
We'll go for
No,
about 2
ma'am,
hours, get
no, no.
everybody stretch, get some water, and use get a comfort break at this time. So I'm going to come back at about 3:10.
Time to pee and poo.
Mother of Jesus, should we go back and watch a show that skip?
Pardon? Yeah.
No, it's shitty audio. We're not doing that.
No.
We've got at least 10 minutes. I'm sure we can think of something fun to do.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Vicky here. She is the fun.
Fun. Hey. Woo.
Well, what sounds like fun, Vic? What do you want to do? Would you rather?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't done that for a while.
Would you rather? I'm sorry if we've already asked these. I will have forgotten. But would you rather find in your coat pocket a severed finger or an anonymous death threat?
Severed finger.
Yeah, the finger, because
No
then I
way.
back. Yeah, it's
You're
just a
fucking
finger.
retarded.
I don't know whose finger it is, but yeah, I found it.
You know, yeah, take that to the court and they're going to be like, you're going to be this guy or the last guy or the last guy who the state's fucking because you had the finger. I would rather have an anonymous death threat. You can't even sign your death letter. I'm not worried about it. Coward. That literally happens on Twitter every fucking day. Unless, of course, Elon had anything to say about it, or Jordan Peterson, or who else wants to unmask us? That Candace Owens bitch.
I know, but finding one in your pocket is a bit different because that means they've had proximity.
But you would rather find someone's severed finger, which is a whole different thing.
I know.
Well, you guys have made your choice.
I don't get the
Let's
death.
throw away the severed finger. Would you rather peck at your food like a bird or catch your food with your tongue like a frog?
Well, I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for that one, Vicky. Could you do it again?
Peck at your food like a bird or catch your food with your tongue like a frog?
Oh, catch it. Easy. I love catching flies.
I do get the PG one.
Pecking it. I'll peck. Yeah.
Really? That's how you'd want to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Your neck is going to hurt.
It does anyway.
Okay. You don't have to choose it, though.
I'm not very good at catching.
You would be if you were a frog. Vicky, do you have another one?
Yes. Would you rather be the donkey and pin the tail on the donkey or the piñata at the first grade birthday party?
Donkey, obviously. That's easy. Because who the fuck wants to get beat on?
Right.
Pin the tail on the dumbass. Okay. Would you rather all mani-pedi are done by kids you babysit or all massage done by kids jumping up and down on your back?
Oh, God. Massage, I guess.
I'm jumping up and down your back.
Yeah. Yeah, they're better at that than painting. And they said all mani and pedis. That means forever, forever. That's what I got to have. No, thanks.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute.
Mani-pedi.
Yeah. I'm realizing the second half of that. I'm going to go with mani pedis.
Oh, but there is a mani pedis.
Okay. Would you rather give your phone up forever or give up your pet?
My phone.
Okay.
Beautifully.
She's thinking.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking.
She's thinking. It'd be my phone.
It'll be the Doge.
Damn, she's getting rid of her dog.
Oh.
You hear that, Millie? You better shit on her bed.
She's been done that already, so I'm getting rid of
Now
her.
I know why. You got bad energy toward her.
Hey,
She
listen,
knew.
She knew. She's behaving like she's new sometimes.
Well, yeah. Okay, would you rather have eyes and nipples switch places, or your nose and navel switch places?
Wait. Nose and navel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like I'm not wearing glasses anymore.
It's so weird on your face, a little navel. And then when you're wearing a tight thing, your nose
No more
is sticking
glasses.
out so it could smell.
Your glasses would be so interesting if you had nipple eyes.
You have to wear your nipples.
Really long nipples?
You'd have glass
no.
bras, glasses as bras. No,
What?
I don't want to do that one.
Let's see. Would you rather hold a sign saying, I poop too much, or I never wipe?
I never wipe because I never need to. Easy.
'Cause you
Moving on.
That's right. No, no pooping.
Obviously, you would want to poop too much, then never wipe if these are the options. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. A sign. It's just a sign.
Let's see.
It's just a sign.
Oh, I put a sign.
I know if you have a sign, then why aren't you wiping?
Here's my sign. I don't wipe. Would you rather be photogenic but poor, or take the worst photos but be rich?
I might as well get some.
Might as well be rich.
Oh, that's right. The nipples are the eyes of the soul. Okay. Would you rather have eyes that allow you to zoom in infinitely, or be able to see the deep desires in everyone's heart?
Deep desires.
Deep desires.
Ooh, deep desires.
Oh, nosy.
So fucking nosy.
Unless it's just like watching their heart go boom, 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 boom.
If they just want to live, then I want to know that.
Yeah.
Would you rather live with 2 times the Earth's gravity or moon gravity?
Oh, moon gravity all day. I already have 2 times the Earth's gravity. I can't even jump.
I need some relief from this body.
I would love moon gravity.
Okay, let's see.
Like a 6th, right?
Would you rather eat a gingerbread man that screams the whole time, or eat a gingerbread house as gingerbread men watch and weep about their home?
Oh.
I'm gonna eat the
house.
gingerbread. Nah.
I think I need the gingerbread.
I'd eat the head first, then it can't scream.
I just don't want to be hassled the whole time I'm eating their house.
Would you rather have your face covered in bees, or your privates and yes, you're getting stung?
Your face or your privies, and you're getting stung.
Yeah.
Man.
Face.
Probably my face.
It's sensitive, face.
Yeah, let's go with face.
Right, face. Cake and grease face. I see the guys aren't sticking anything in there. Okay. Would you rather break your tooth while wearing braces, or have an undestroyable, misaligned teeth? Oh my God.
Undestroyable. That's a good one.
Yeah. I'll take the
I'll take the indestructible teeth. Yeah.
They're pretty funky looking. Okay.
Well, it's fine.
What, you got pictures?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Little pictures of them.
That helps beautifully not cheat.
Would you rather sit on a cactus or eat a handful of sand?
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Oh,
Handful. Oh God, I hate this question. This is the worst question you've asked so far.
cactus.
Sit on a cactus or a hand. Oh my Lanta.
Because what is that going to do to your insides? I don't know.
But I mean, think about sitting on a cactus.
Once you got a cactus, lie down for a bit, couple of days, you're healed, you're fine.
Oh no. Yeah, but you could like swallow the sand without chewing it, right?
Oh, God, no.
I don't think sand's gonna hurt you.
Eat a handful. It's just worse than eating a handful of dirt.
Oh, I was thinking of dirt actually. I'll take the sand.
Okay. Cake takes a cactus. I'll take a cactus because this is just one area and it's easier to just put
One area?
Well, yeah,
Just
if you're
sitting
sitting
on
on it with your butt, just sit down on it. It's on your cushy little butt or big fat butt.
Oh please. How much of your legs and ass touch your couch when you sit on it? Or you're sitting on in this
live in
moment?
sand, right? Sand mites.
You know what? Bugs live in cactuses too, you weirdos. And anyway,
bugs don't.
It stings when you take the little cactus out of your body. It's got
I'm
this like
sure.
leftover sting.
Well, I'm sure, but you can at least get a painkiller for it. If you get sand in your stomach,
It's over when you swallow. There's no pain. There's no leftover anything.
We don't know what it's going to do to your insides, and it's not good.
Well, maybe this is a poisonous cactus.
It'll probably give you
We
all
don't
sorts
know.
of stones and all
Well, it
sorts.
depends
Maybe
on the
this is a
cacti.
damn Joshua tree that'll poison your ass and kill you. Maybe that's
Okay.
Probably get kidney stones or kidney sand. And
okay. Well, you guys are sitting on a poisonous cactus, so you're not even going to live either.
Okay.
poisonous.
We're all gonna die. Okay, here's another one where we're all gonna die. Would you rather?
Yay.
Would you rather get your head stuck in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of a fence in the middle of nowhere, or the doors of a moving bus? Oh, my neck hurts.
Say that again. Which one?
Yeah.
Would you rather get your head stuck in the middle of nowhere? Okay.
Get what stuff?
Your head?
Your head stuck. Like
What the fuck? How is it going to get stuck in the
What's it
middle of
get stuck
nowhere?
well, like if you're doing fencing and you're trying to do fencing
No.
and you get stuck in the middle
What?
of nowhere in
No.
a fence, like a cowboy.
Keep going. Let me hear the rest of this question.
Or the doors of a moving bus.
In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
How the
'cause you
fuck
can-
can your head
Figure out
get
how you're
stuck
gonna
in the
get
middle of
stuck.
nowhere?
Exactly that part.
Well, you could be
It's
doing.
not stuck if it's in the middle of
fencing.
nothing.
What if you get?
Fencing?
Sure, that's the picture. It's fencing. It's a guy stuck in a
Like,
fence.
Okay, how is that the middle of nowhere? How about that guy's head stuck in a fence?
In the middle of nowhere.
Oh, the fence is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
For Christ's
You really had to go through that one hard.
I'm so sorry. Okay. So the question is,
fence
do you want to get your head stuck in something around people or with no people around?
Yeah.
With people.
With people around.
The bus.
Okay.
Yeah, I need help.
Yeah. At least
Obviously. I
if you
can't
get
even-
in the bus, you get people and they'll, yeah. 'Cause
And
this one was like-
compensation from the bus.
I thought your head was just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Like it's always gonna be attached to me though. I know where I'm at.
No,
Her head
it.
going back up.
body's out in the middle of nowhere.
Forget
See, we weren't even confused the same way. Never mind.
That's great. I'm so happy about that.
Whatever.
Would you rather always drive off?
Some of
with
us might be
the pump?
worried about losing our heads.
Told you it's going to be another one about death. Okay, would you rather always drive off with the pump in your car or always spilling gas on yourself with the pump? Oh, God. I'll drive off with it. 'cause
No,
then
there's
you
a
hit the
fine for that.
button. No, there's a fine.
There's a fine. I would rather just get gas on me.
Oh, it's so nasty to try to get off.
Yeah, but I'll take the gas. I don't
All
mind.
right.
Cake
Would you
said-
rather?
Hold on. Cake said, moving bus tail short. I've kind of been there and enjoyed a rescue.
Well, you put the fence there.
Yeah, you done fenced yourself in.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to call for help. You deserve to die. For humanity. Not you, but like the person on that card. I didn't mean it like that.
Well, it looks like they both might. Okay, so would you rather find a fly in your ice pop or a hair in your burger?
Oh fuck, quartz back. Or a fly in my eye, in it, like frozen in it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or a random hair in my burger.
Yeah, I'll take the
I'm
fly.
going with the fly pop all day.
You can throw that away.
Fly
Right
pop.
there.
He's not gonna eat the part he's in.
You won't see the hair. Okay. Are we back then?
We are back.
All right.
Back on the record. The state versus everybody.
Thank you for that game. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun, Vicky. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got more.
I'm sure you did.
I do. All right.
That's funny, Kate. Oh, dude's not in yet.
We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus all parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy.
Oops.
And all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, courtroom still applies. So again, do ask the interruptions of the Zoom.
Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at
Loud.
7.
It's too loud? Okay,
Yeah.
probably got too quiet. Sorry.
59. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
Wearing cowboy boots.
Okay. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, the little booty covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time.
Oh, they got booty
And,
covers.
when I was
Booty
walking
shorts.
around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week, there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge, when the firing pin hits the cartridge and the powder inside ignites, it causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel of the pistol or rifle, and the barrel of the pistol or rifle. And then that gas and powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that tiny particles that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
What is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
So I just want to talk about
Okay.
regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired. And it is not an absolute, it's an investigative lead to test testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
It can.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go into that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Right. Did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
Right. And why is it that you, or not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how. So had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result, well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him. So they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative or had a negative result, by the time I was face to face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime had occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself. And I can't conclude if it was negative, that means he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. And these photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lanz.
This is the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs.
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
State those to tender states 768 through 820.
No objection.
States 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
Did the exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs?
Yes.
State 783 here with the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to cop.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the insurance card for that vehicle.
Does it have the name and address listed on there?
Yes, it does. Scott and Teresa Lanz, the address of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. Then it has the year 2008 Lexus GS 350. And then it also has the vehicle ID number.
Now, for purposes of this search warrant, did y'all also turn the car on?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what we see in States 812?
that is correct.
What is being documented in States 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you?
Very low on gas.
Now, was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights of just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
If someone were driving from Athens to the Ackworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get on to 75?
Typically you would, yes. That'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or
I know it was abandoned, and when we found out the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at States 815 here, what is being documented in States 815?
These are items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So I got a med kit. I found, there was that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs, see some spare underwear and socks. And then at the top, rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
I'm going to show you States 816. Okay. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camo bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that was a pound of tannerite total.
Were all those items contained in States 820 here?
That's correct.
Now, after doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
If you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think obviously the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes, it was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yeah, so one of the first things that stuck out to me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son. And then upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila supposedly was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lanz arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have been
Having discovered the murder, sorry.
around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Right, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 822 through 902.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 822 through 902?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lanz's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
It's 435 North Church Street. That was apartment 4, and I was in Athens, Georgia.
The time statement to tender states 822 to 902 in evidence.
Any objection? States 822 to 902 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 822 here, what are we documenting?
This is the exterior of the apartment building.
Okay, what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 823.
Documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 826.
It's the front door of the apartment, documenting the number affixed to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 827?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 828.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 829.
It's the kitchen.
States 830.
More of the kitchen.
slightly out of order here. Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there was multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 851, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
It would be in his bedroom.
States 866.
That's the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And this another angle in the same position. The bedroom closet and bed.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean the sheets were pulled out. But it's kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order. What is it that you found in states 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zooming in on the label.
States 877. Whoops.
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags, as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State tender State 673 into evidence.
State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes. They
Okay,
were.
and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their entire, well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you states 903 through 913. Do you recognize states 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street, Math?
It was.
State moves to tender states 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection? States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at states 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, states 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found like a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZevTech OZ9.
Looking at states 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZevTech box?
Yes.
All right, states 888, what have you now done with the ZevTech box?
So here we've opened up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
And did you find any other magazines or ammunition looking at states 900?
So that was the magazines when we were counting the ammunition in the, we put them in the cup so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901 and 902?
Yes.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
And what type of magazine is that?
It's a magazine for a Glock style pistol. It's a 9mm magazine.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
And states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm Lugers.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine?
It was 17, so it was at it was a full capacity.
Now, this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZevTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZevTech's magazine, but ZevTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable and the same.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, it's showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
It's the same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
Okay, and how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
That would have been 3. There's 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
Minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZevTech pistol box.
In states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZevTech box from Athens, had you all already gone to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZevTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
That's correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the 2 separate magazines?
Yes.
Now from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZevTech OG9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name. Athens Gun Club, I believe it was.
This time, state those contenders state 667 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as states 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZevTech OG9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
Defense.
No, good.
States Exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
You just skip 666.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
So it'll be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says Zev OZ9, and then it has the serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scott Lanz.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
What is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th, but according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Lanz.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Lanz.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt of their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lanz of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. And the purchased items were one Zev OZ 9mm. That would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points. And then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to let's see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the foam extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Cellbrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Cellbrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
Statements to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objection? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down to item 52, or line
Okay,
item
going again.
52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone is.
What I said was fucked by your phone again.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. basically.
Taken out of airplane mode.
How, first of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
Well, 2 hours. A little more than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
It did, but there was no device events in their phone that was extracted.
Okay. And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it can depend on a certain model of the phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Celebrate.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let's see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's see, 13 and 14, do you see those two? Oops.
I do.
Okay, so on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
And were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
At 1:58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lanz, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
Did he reference talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point? I don't specifically recall.
Now, thereafter, what was the date of the next, any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, well, the next call that came to his phone was not answered, however, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And so at this point in time, when his dad called him, I think you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay. And at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes,
Okay, incoming or outgoing?
that was incoming
From who?
from his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
The next call?
Is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Down at the bottom here.
It's a call from Alex Lanz. I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
Another call from Alex Lanz, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lanz on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from a mom, November 18th, 2021. It's at 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at 11:08 November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed.
Yes, that was missed.
The next call.
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed.
Yes, missed.
Next.
So incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021. From his mother.
During Scott and Teresa Lanz's interviews, whether Teresa Lanz said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens.
Yes, she did.
And is this time stamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes or so.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he was a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lanz's family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11. 11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lanz's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 p.m. when we know that the Hicks were alive through 9:45 a.m. on November 18th of 2021 when law enforcement was responding to the homicides?
This mobile device did not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour.
Okay.
After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Right. And what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
He had no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning Matthew Lanz 13 at gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google business record certificate.
Any objection?
And, Your Honor, we talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has kicked out maybe 8 or 9 of those. We in the court, the remainder of those can be put into the record, but not go to the record.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
Search. But yes, search.
Searches, sorry.
That's okay. All right, so am I publish the
Yes.
ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. States Exhibit 917 here. Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the Ten Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the Ten Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's the 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long-range shooting.
Looking next at, I guess, earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
What would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
Do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
What?
Bill Sicko. Lights my ass.
looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RM06 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his Zeptec 09 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, well, October 17th of 2021?
That is his 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9 pistol.
Then also on October 15th of 2021, what do we see here?
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that,
Search for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
and then on October 15th,
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main website.
you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
OZ9?
Yes, I actually visited the website.
And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also,
Mortality in the United States 2019.
and
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats. It's deaths and mortality.
and when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zev OZ9?
The day before.
very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did that include things like Instagram records,
Yes, I did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some flock images as we discussed previously?
Yes, I did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, we did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lanz?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residence, was that really with Matthew Lanz or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lanz. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
Yes, he's the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
Just the record will reflect.
thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lanz to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame of when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred. The weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then had actually purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? Or was taken out of the home?
It's around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his PJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Great. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ted.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residence when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes,
Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
correct.
But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward, pushed away from the living room. and sort of
Correct.
Into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you happen to see that dog?
I think they corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam.
Okay. Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I.
Yeah.
Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I do not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
And you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home.
On the exterior, yes, sir.
The exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the house?
Just off the corner, so you'd actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on the edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Were the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other set of lights close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch now?
On the back porch there where the glass was broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, they're motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on. Right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would assume that the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights.
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I've watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then if you came within the range, they're gonna come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was relayed back to me if there was. So I don't have any knowledge.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or you'd have to exit some other
Okay.
place.
So the motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor lights came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Ms. Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10, right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So it went, once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to ATO Towing, which is, I guess, the company they contract with. I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from ATO Towing, and then it was transported back to Cobb.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember, I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct. That was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose.
No, sir.
And you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
This has practice.
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lamb's wallet?
No, we found. Don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
So are there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment, it might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
You I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did my math, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in the interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident and the one found in his apartment.
The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
He did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of him and told me that they recovered it.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the doing the GSR test, sometimes we don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And they cut a lot of clothes off of him and handcuffed him. So, there'd be transference easily all over his body.
Yeah, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
Well, the covering was like a mesh camouflaged poncho looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else on his clothing.
Okay. Now, you told us you don't use GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative lead, yes, sir.
Sure.
Hi.
It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident in Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it, you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because the town didn't change it because he'd been shot twice.
Bottom line is, you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
You didn't collect any. Looked at them, but ended up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with shard of glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
Did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
Okay. You don't know whether those are the shoes that you wear.
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, what, mile and a half or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested.
And approximate, depending on the route you would take to get to that area.
And do you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods, or how he was able to get to from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into?
To my understanding, I was not the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator in that.
Okay. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say.
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition used in 9mm?
Yes, sir.
Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Lanz's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him and his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in the home in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. Do you know if there was one found and where it was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 442. 442, 445. See if I can get this thing right here. Worked just fine for the state. I don't know why it's not working.
Agreeing with us with the.
Oh, that's helpful.
Almost like,
I appreciate that.
It's really cute.
Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they've locked the slides from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay,
A different
so
one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
I can't tell from that what picture is kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from that house.
Two firearms that were just alike. Right?
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Did you talk to any of the officers about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they
Whether
collected.
that bullet came out of that gun.
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a locked safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that Mr. Lanz's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
Typically in criminal cases that I deal with, when people do it to avoid any recording any locations from their device.
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
You just covered three things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lanz had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have, I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they've ever met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence,
Which residence?
the Hicks residence. Sorry.
Do I have information about what was taken from the
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence.
I mean, as like in a theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing or this watch was missing or anything like that.
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting.
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Lanz's brother.
I didn't say that. I just said that was the only connection to the Hicks was that house and Lanz.
All right, thank you. That's what we got.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. 88 Green, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? Just excusing the witness.
No,
Okay, executive session.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can you approach?
Are they about to finish for the day?
Let's see. Are we caught up to life? Hold on, I lost a screen somewhere. That ain't it. Here it is. That ain't it. I actually lost. Okay, this is it. We're not live, so let's see.
Oh, so caught up?
Almost.
We're trying to see if they're about to rest or what's going on. Okay, we are live now, so.
Okay.
We wait.
We wait.
Yeah.
Well, girls, this is a long day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. My body hates it.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks.
It really
Yeah.
does.
I think my sister's show is going to be at 8.
Our time?
No, God, thank God.
I thought it was 7.
5. 5 for us. She just texted me.
Oh, 5.
Oh, okay, she changed it.
Darn it. I'm going to the production tonight. So,
Oh.
yeah, they're putting on Cheaper by the Dozen. And I'm going to volunteer to help out.
Awesome.
Nice.
I know. For once, I'm just volunteering. I don't have anything like a deadline, and it's just been so nice. And I needed it. Gosh.
Yeah. Dope. Well, we will miss you.
Yeah.
Aw,
Definitely.
thanks. I miss you guys too. Are you both going on with her?
I'm
I
gonna be
am.
Okay. Cool. What's she gonna do?
She wants to bullshit. You know what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm a bullshit. Was Vicky there when we were doing what song?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss all of it, Vicky. But basically, my sister messaged me yesterday and was like, I'm really nervous for tomorrow's music show. I'm like, so I'm gonna try to help her out with that a little bit.
You don't really have to worry about that too much.
No, she's got other things to worry about.
No, that was a cool show. Very cool. It was a great concept.
Oh, it was a great show. Great format.
I don't know if
Okay, we will recess at this time. Actually, just a couple of things I want to put on the record first. State, do you want to, this tomorrow or today, as far as your case is concerned?
We can complete it today, Your Honor, before we rest. Do we need to circle back on the Jacksonville matter for the interview?
Yes, and based on, let me go back to, that was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lanz. I think it also was like a 45-minute break. It was a continuation. I find that was a continuation. There was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lanz gave. So I'm going to admit, not it was admitted or objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay. And so, Attorney Gary, we will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be in moving forward. All right, so we'll stand in recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
Hey.
All right. Everyone be safe. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe.
We've been ordered to stay safe again.
Yep. I could do that. I could
Okay. Sweet.
Oh.
We did it, friend.
We did.
Awesome.
Almost 8 hours.
Yeah. We needed to catch up. I figured that they said that they were going to rest. I don't feel like the defense is going to put on much of a case tomorrow. If
No.
dude testifies, which I also don't think is going to happen, I wanted to see at least close to live as we could get.
Yeah.
And then, we should experience this case ending tomorrow, I think. Right?
Same. I see that.
Yeah.
So
then go on.
And everybody
There's
pray
no
that he
verdict
takes
watch.
the
Do you go on judge watch?
that's what I was going to say. Is it judge watch? What's it called when she deliberates or whatever?
No, but before she deliberates, we have to pray that he takes a stand.
Yeah. Let's all make sure we say our prayers. We need warm weather.
Ouch.
Great tasting
In
coffee, and the defendant to take the stand. Huh?
They're in Georgia. It's going to be nice.
Oh, they're in. I was talking about me.
Not about everybody else.
Hopefully it's warm here where I'm at.
Oh, what time would it make us have to be here?
They said 6:30 for us.
Yeah.
They're going to
Nice.
start tomorrow at 6:30, so we will
That's
start maybe 6:25,
2:30 for me.
Ooh.
Ooh.
sometime around there, unless we have something fun to do before that.
Mm.
Ah,
Well, see about that. Mm.
All right. So I think I've pinned my sister's channel at the top of the Rumble chat.
it was.
Yeah.
Because we will definitely be streaming on Rumble. I don't know if she'll want to stream on YouTube. If so, we'll do it.
Okay.
Cool.
It'll be fun. Come hang out.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Bye.
Almost bye. Here we go.
Bye. See you in the morning.
Bye.
Bye.